Chapter 1201. The army of Tensei province was bathed in blood. The secret team infiltrated quickly. Praise the holy astral soul. Resurrected people, I am the righteous kill Jaden. Glory guides us. Everything is for the path of greatness. Let us bury the last resistance of Hutu together. Miss Zhao's mind exploded. Zhao Yunlong suddenly exploded, and Lu Shujin moved to support him. Another group of Sky Demon was eliminated. Chao Patao stabbed the spear into the ground and lifted it up. The stone floor shattered, the soil flew, and a huge hole appeared in the ground. She kicked the body into the hole and buried it. The capital has changed drastically. The martial artists of the Imperial Army were all wiped out. Even if Hutu survives this catastrophe, her vitality will be greatly damaged. I'm afraid she won't be able to recover for decades. Lu Shujin put away the two swords and sighed. They are all from the Empire. Zhao Yunlong glanced at him. Now is not the time to be soft-hearted. These victims are already dead. Only by killing them can their souls rest in peace. What we're doing is justice. Keep moving forward. Empress didn't help much. Without the Tianyuan blade, her combat power was extremely worrying. When facing the Sky Demon, she couldn't even compare to Miss Zhao, who had no combat power but a psychic ability. She listened to the sounds of the fierce battle in the distance. The gunfire of the motorized armor troops never stopped. The troops of the Heavenly Policy Mansion were not equipped with any Imperial weapons. They only had ordinary martial artists who were full of courage and the weapons they took out from the mansion. Even with the reinforcement of Li Hua, no one knew how long they could last. Keep moving forward at the same time. Try to eliminate the Sky Demon along the way for them. Empress whispered, if the situation doesn't become critical, don't rush to help or join the battlefield. Remember our real mission. Zhao Yunlong said indifferently, whether the situation is dangerous or not, it's up to me to judge. I've already told the Russian that our top priority is to ensure Yinluo's safety. Once Zhang Yinluo is in danger, we will immediately abandon the infiltration mission and go rescue him. This is the bottom line of this operation. The Empress concubine was silent. She was the one who needed their help. She was the one who had to rely on the strength of Zhao Yunlong and the others. Without their help, she wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of the Hutu Sword Palace. In such a situation, she could only lower her head. If she could solve this crisis, if she could stop the Sky Demon scheme, if she could make up for her mistakes and sins, she was willing to pay any price, including her life and dignity. The group continued forward. Zhao Yunlong's slightly awkward Sky Demon language rang out again. Praise the great path. My companions, I am the Light Lord Tichondrius. The bowstring crackled, and an angry arrow shot out. Ping Yang buckled 3 feathers in her hand, and 3 arrows pierced through the air and hit a Sky Demon right in the face. The terrifying wind directly tore the demon's upper body apart. The adjutant beside him roared, "Defoam, defoam, defoam." A volley of arrows shot out, and the light rotating carts that followed the troops shot out curved crescent blades. The heavy crossbowman let go of the reins with both hands and stood upright in the stirrups, steadily holding the heavy crossbows. The troops continued to advance, blocking the enemies that attacked from all directions. Everyone was in a bloodthirsty frenzy, because collective strength would give birth to strength. Right now, this group was filled with the atmosphere of a heroic battle. The surging blood and vigor had suppressed everyone's fear to the extreme. Instead, it was replaced by a fanatical desire to fight, a bloodthirsty spirit that knew no fear. Coupled with the continuous explosions of the flamethrowers and cannons, everyone fell into a hysterical frenzy. These Russians were really Russians. Yinluo raised 2 bolt guns and fired continuously, roaring, "Woo!" The howls of the Maoist immediately rose. "Woo!" The bloody battle also made the Li Fire soldiers' blood boil. When had they ever experienced such a delightful scene of slaughtering Li Fire warriors like pigs? Although they did not know why these people of the Empire were fighting among themselves, these were the warriors of the Imperial Army. Killing the warriors of the Imperial Army was good no matter how one looked at it, no matter how one thought about it. It was in line with the interests of the church. Just as the loyal judge had said, this was something that His Majesty the Divine Emperor had approved of. Stray bullets swirled in the air, and flames soared into the sky. The soldiers of Tensei province galloped their horses under the cover of the artillery behind them. They could see the manes of the war horses fluttering in the wind, and they could smell the thick smell of gunpowder. Heat waves were rolling, and explosions were incessant. Beside them, their comrades were charging at high speed. Perhaps in the next moment, someone would fall off the horse and die, but very soon, someone would fill the gap. His Highness said to kill all enemies, so he would crush all enemies in front of him. Their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Everyone had received a long-range weapon. They paid close attention to all directions, guarding against all movements, and nailing the enemy in their charging path. These weapons were shipped over later. Gale crossbow, star bow, wool blade chariot, sun-penetrating cannon, and Empress's previous attack on the Xuanwu Gate was just a feint, so they did not use powerful weapons. Now, their target was the Hutu Sword Palace. The rise and fall of the empire depended on this battle, so it was time to use them. The arrangements and operations of Tensei province over the years had borne fruit. Follow-up reinforcements gathered from all over the capital and were constantly replenished along the streets where the troops were marching. All of them were prohibited top-grade military weapons. Even the respected general of Tensei was not allowed to forge them privately. But now, no one cared about this. It should be known that the imperial army was the foundation of the Hutu Empire, the foundation of a powerful country for hundreds of years. The imperial court had never stopped improving and optimizing the imperial army, which led to the development of materials science, forging science, mechanism science, fluid mechanics, and other disciplines. The progress of the imperial army's technology was beneficial to the country, not only directly reflected in the continuous improvement of the imperial army's power and technology, but its subsidiary products were also used in other armaments, such as the war machines that were in place now. Sounds like it's going well. Zhao Yunlong killed another team of sky demons in the name of Manaroth the Defender. Listening to the echoes of the war in the distance, she raised her eyebrows and said, "They haven't encountered any decent obstruction or resistance so far." Lu Shujin replied, "I'm afraid that the sky demons still lack a unified command and intelligence. Secondly, they haven't realized our true goal. Thirdly, they have just finished their possession and haven't fully mastered the power of human warriors. Lastly, the distant fire unit also contributed a lot. Just the Blazing Angels' air support and early warning functions played a great role. The advantage of being the first to strike is very important." Chao Patao nodded and said, "That makes sense, but I keep feeling that it's going too smoothly. I even feel that something is wrong." After saying that, he looked at Empress and asked, "Hey, what do you think?" Although she didn't like Empress, she only hated her temperament, character, and what she did to Sun Lang. However, in terms of strategy and wisdom, Zhao Yunlong was very sure of General Tensei's ability. If there was really something wrong with the situation, this woman would definitely have noticed it. The Emperor's concubine was silent. Chao Patao said impatiently, "Say something." "I also feel that something is wrong." The Emperor's concubine said bitterly, "The heavenly demon has taken over the imperial capital. All of the imperial capital's martial artists have been caught in one fell swoop. These people are either experts or masters, or they hold important positions. The imperial court's military and political system has been overturned in an instant. However, these heavenly demons who have successfully taken over the imperial capital have done nothing. They didn't deceive the ordinary officials and issue contradictory orders to spread the chaos. They also didn't take the opportunity to kill people, steal military seals, and burn the books. Instead, they wandered around in twos and threes and even decided on their own whether or not to stop the troops of Tensei province," she said solemnly. "So, what do they want to do?" Zhao Yunlong immediately understood. She said with fear, "You mean?" Emperor shook her head and said, "No, I don't know. There is also an explanation for this abnormality. Because the sky demon is trapped in the imperial city by Sun Lang. It can't issue orders, and it can't command. It even let Li Jianxing out of the imperial palace to start the possession ritual. It seems that it has no other choice. There is too little information, and I can't deduce anything. She smiled bitterly and said, "There is no other way. We can only believe in the Emperor's backup plan and destroy the sword seals. This is the only hope to turn the situation around. Other than this, there is nothing we can do. There is no other choice." Empress looked at Zhao Yunlong and said resolutely, "Let's fight. You only need to open a path to the sword seals for me. Take it as the last loyalty of the people of Hudu to the Empire. If there is any change, you can leave at any time. Don't worry about me. Zhao Yunlong, the Empire has never mistreated you." Chao Patao was silent for a moment. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay." Whether it was to appease or to rope them in, the Empire had never mistreated them. After passing through the market and rushing across the long stone bridge, the sword palace of Hutu was hidden in the majestic palace wall. Perhaps what the Emperor's concubine said was right. Mo Ling hastily activated the possession and didn't have time to command the details, causing the sky demons to act on their own. However, the pillar of light in the sky was blazing, and below it were the 7 sword palaces. The sky demons knew what they should protect with all their might. Lightning and flames rose from the sword palaces, and the might of various monarch weapons bombarded them like a waterfall. Dismount and form a formation. Shield protection. Crossbow projectile fire. Ping Yang reined in the horse and issued orders in a stern voice. The military orders were calmly passed down one by one. As for Yin Luo, she seemed to have already gotten angry. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was studying in the divine right nation of raging flames. She was more proficient in giving orders than any commander of the order. The distant fire warriors beside her could feel that the judge's anger was like a never-ending volcano in Ural. In the name of the divine king, now launch a bombardment and raze this rotten and stinking palace to the ground. Let all the rotten and stupid things be annihilated in the blooming flames. The soldiers were stunned at first, and then responded enthusiastically because they heard familiar words. His Excellency the judge's words were obviously a classic quote of a saint of the flames who must not be named during the October bombardment a few years ago. It was quite appropriate. Chapter 1202. The cannons roared. The air was filled with the smell of burning white phosphorus and exploding gunpowder. Bright flames bombarded the walls of the sword palace like meteors, setting off visible ripples. Under Yin Luo's guidance, Li Hua's mobile armor troops lined up in a cannon formation and plowed forward inch by inch. The dense firepower wreaked havoc in the vast sword palace. Broken tiles, flying dust, and thick smoke that seemed to be able to burn one's throat filled everyone's mouth and nose. The soldiers of Tensei province all dismounted and lined up. Layer upon layer, they aimed forward as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The adjutant who had been following Ping Yang all this time shouted, "Attack!" A few crescent-like light blades broke through the smoke and dust. Sharp hailstones fell from the sky, and the ground kept shaking and separating. Fire dragons swept across, and sword auras swept across. Countless imperial armies' power was unleashed one after another. Hold! Hoarse shouts sounded from everywhere. It was a roar to encourage courage, a roar to overcome fear. This battle with a bleak future had reached the most critical moment. Everyone knew that. The archers controlled their bows mechanically and shot angrily. The sword and shield soldiers desperately held their shields. The formation had already dispersed. The irregular soldiers had already formed a few people and kept moving around to avoid the powerful attacks of the Imperial Army. They were looking for a chance to fight. At this point, the dense formation was meaningless. Instead, it created a killing field for the enemy. The best way to fight was to fight for themselves. Feints were the real purpose. In fact, no one cared about victory or defeat anymore. They only cared about the battle itself. All superfluous thoughts had been cast aside. The soldiers mechanically dodged, shot, and fought. Perhaps they were only looking forward to death, or perhaps they were just waiting for the victory that His Highness had promised them. They were all people who came here on their own bravery, and their fighting spirit and strength had long been worn away by more than half. The reason why they didn't retreat or flee was because Her Highness's flag was still standing. That figure that was always standing straight was personally waving her military flag. She stood resolutely on the crisis-filled battlefield, slashing the enemies who dared to charge at her. She scattered the long-range attacks that came at her like a shura that would never fall. Perhaps it was because of this figure that everyone gritted their teeth and held on. Even if flesh and blood were flying everywhere, even if corpses were everywhere, even if no one knew the purpose of the battle. From the side, the treacherous sky demon sneakily attacked from the side. The advantage brought by the Imperial army was too great. Even in hand-to-hand combat, which the Imperial army was most proud of, the possessed sky demon could still cause great damage. They fought with their lives on the line, but sometimes they could only push the enemy back, and they had to pay a heavy price. In such a chaotic situation, even the firepower of the distant fire unit was unable to be accurate and swift. The two sky demon had almost broken into the formation. Advance! Push! Advance! Inluo roared. There's no point in shooting at each other here. Instead of letting our soldiers become live targets for the Imperial army, why don't we charge into the Sword Palace and engage in close-range combat? Don't go in. Courier's stern voice rang out in the short-range channel. In an area with complicated terrain, the power of the mecha will be greatly weakened. You can't risk it. Inluo looked at the soldiers of Tensei province dying one after another. A large number of loyal soldiers were dying. Blood and anger washed over her soul. She shouted, but at this moment, a dragon roared in the Sword Palace, and a pale golden light shrouded the area, forming an invisible but substantial protective shield. It was almost the same as the formation of the Imperial Palace. Damn it! Courier cursed. These sky demons have found a way to activate the defensive formation. This was undoubtedly bad news that made things worse. The defensive formation had caused their greatest long-range firepower advantage to disappear. Whether it was the crossbows of Tensei province or the firepower of the distant fire unit, when they hit the formation, they could only create violent golden ripples. They could no longer shake the Sword Palace at all. However, there were still sky demons rushing over. They were attracted by the fierce battle and spontaneously gathered here. When they saw the human army, they would definitely attack without hesitation. Akira, we should go, Courier shouted hurriedly. It's impossible to shake this thing with just our equipment and firepower. There are strong enemies inside and reinforcements outside. In your Hutu's words, this is a military taboo. If you fight to the death here, you'll be surrounded from both inside and outside. If you're not careful, even I won't be able to protect you. Inluo gritted her teeth. More and more people were dying, and their blood was flowing all over the ground. However, the soldiers were still determined. They were all heroes of Hutu, and they were willing to die for their beliefs. At the most critical moment of their country, they were still willing to stand up and fight this battle that they had no confidence in winning, but they still couldn't win after making such sacrifices. She gritted her teeth and said, "Hold on a little longer. General Zhao and the others haven't replied yet." Courier became even more anxious. It's useless to hold on any longer. The Sword Palace has raised its shield, and they can't enter. If we hold on any longer, everyone will die for nothing. I understand the difficulties and resentment in your heart, but the situation is like this. You have no choice but to retreat for now and wait for your revenge in the future. Mao Mei shouted, "You go and persuade that woman. Don't let the soldiers die for nothing." Inluo glanced at the back of the person fighting at the front. That was not Empress Tensei, but Pingyang. However, this impostor was still adhering to her duty. Even if she was pretending to be someone else, she was still doing her best. Looking at his back, Inluo had a flash of understanding in his mind. Princess Pingyang would never leave. I'm not leaving. Now is not the time to leave. Luo shouted. Wait a little longer. Continue attacking. Our mission is to do our best to contain as many attacks as possible. Only then will we create a better opportunity for them. Do you hear what I'm saying? Courier roared. They can't break through the Sword Palace's shield. Do you understand? That's a 7 luminaries level shield. Only the 7 luminaries sacred sword can cut through it, and the sacred swords are all. A blazing white sword glow suddenly blossomed on the ground. That breathtaking sword light even caused the weather phenomenon to lose its splendor. Courier, who was flying in the air, was momentarily speechless. This is Zhao Yunlong, who had circled to the other side of the Sword Palace, suddenly thrust forward. Sword chi crisscrossed with unparalleled sharpness. This was the great white gold radiant sword. She sternly said, "Go." Before Sun Lang went to court today, in order to guard against the devil's sneak attack on Shinto province, not only did he cut off Zhao Yunlong's connection with the Imperial Army in advance, but he also entrusted the gold radiant sword to Luo. And before this risky sword seal operation was carried out, Luo also handed the sacred sword to Zhao Yunlong. Chao Patao had originally planned to hide the sacred sword as a trump card, so he did not use it in the previous battle. Otherwise, the gold radiant sword's radiant sword glow would attract the attention of the powerful sky demon, and the situation would be even worse. But he did not expect the Sword Palace's shield to suddenly open, so he had to use the sacred sword to forcefully attack. But because of this, the infiltration became a surprise attack. Zhao Feihuang first left to hide, and she and Lu Shuzhen had to protect Empress as they rushed into the Sword Palace to find the armor. It was a variable, but in a battle, there were always variables involved. Lu Shuzhen, protect her. The gold radiant sword's radiant sword glow illuminated Zhao Yunlong's face. She rushed into the Sword Palace with a spear in one hand and a sacred sword in the other. She stabbed left and right, relying on the sacred sword's sharpness to launch a storm of surprise attacks. The 7 Radiant Sacred Sword was already a top-notch Imperial army, and in terms of quality, it was superior to almost all the Imperial army. Zhao Yunlong's cultivation and martial strength were also at the peak of the Empire, and the two combined, they were unstoppable. But between the slashes, the Sacred Sword's operation still had a trace of obscurity. After all, she was not the master of the Imperial Army, and this new Sacred Sword that was recast by Bai Yue did not seem to approve of her very much. Lu Shuzhen activated Kidu's demon power and followed closely behind Empress, protecting her. The three of them rushed in the huge Sword Palace, constantly changing their position according to Empress's guidance, trying to avoid the alarmed sky demon as much as possible. Outside, guns and cannons roared, and the demon's traces kept flashing inside. The Sword Palace's swordsmen were probably all killed, and the Imperial Army soldiers were all possessed. All the living people were their enemies. Zhao Yunlong waved the sacred sword and fought a bloody battle with all her might. Lu Shuzhen had already activated Kidu's demon power to the extreme, and purple clouds filled the air. The two of them fought around Empress, blocking all the attacks for General Tensei. Their battle robes were stained with blood, and the earth shook. Buildings and buildings were overturned by the violent impact of the battle. Stepping on the ruins and wreckage, they rushed forward with all their might. "Li," Zhao Yunlong roared as he slashed. "You'd better promise that all of this is worth it." Empress didn't say a word and just ran with her head down. She couldn't promise. She could only gamble. Gamble with her life. All of these mistakes, the people who died today, the debts owed in the past, and the suffering in the future. She wanted to try her best to change it. She couldn't change the past, and it seemed that she couldn't change the future. She could only try her best to make up for the present, and hope that the debts owed in the past could be paid back a little, and hope that the suffering in the future could be reduced. The suffering of this country, the suffering of the people, would be reduced a little bit. That would be good. In this way, the people who died today would not be sacrificed in vain. Those who fought outside, those who died in the Black Tortoise Gate, all the people who paid the price. Sun Lang, Bai Yue, Li Jiansheng, and many others. Merciful Empress of Earth, and all of this. Crossing the collapsed front hall, the three of them passed through the middle corridor, and Empress screamed, "It's right in front." Two terrifying forces attacked from both sides, and the pursuers behind them attacked crazily. Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shujin looked at each other and used all of their abilities to block the dragon-like attacks. "Go, Chao!" Patao shouted. Empress continued to charge forward without hesitation. She jumped up, flew up a dozen steps, and stepped into the majestic hall. This was the main hall of the Empress of Earth, the place where the sword saint of the country lived. The armor was here. The first thing she saw was the armor. The hope of victory, the reason why she had sacrificed so much to come here. She couldn't wait to cross the high threshold. A sharp sword gleam bit her waist from the left corner of the hall door like a poisonous snake. Chapter 1203. A cold light flashed, and a murderous intent suddenly appeared. Empress had broken through the encirclement all the way. Now that victory was in sight and the armor was close at hand, she was excited. She was no longer as cautious and calm as usual. Therefore, this sinister ambusher raised his sword and made it impossible for her to dodge. In a flash, the footsteps of death quietly approached. The ambusher had the Imperial Army, so his martial arts and combat strength should be far above hers. Another surprise attack. She would die, but if he died here, all of his sacrifices would become meaningless. Even Zhao Yunlong, Lu Shujin, Zhang Yinluo, Ping Yang, and the soldiers of Tensei Province. These people were willing to risk their lives to fight with her and desperately attract the attention of the Sky Demon. These people's efforts and sacrifices would become meaningless. The Empire would lose its last hope. If she died here, everything would be over. All her efforts, sacrifices, and decisions over the years would come to an end with such an ironic ending. The capital would fall, the land of Shenzhou would sink, the mountains would collapse, the people would struggle under the iron hooves, the country would be annihilated in the fire, foreign enemies would invade, warlords would divide the country, culture would be cut off, and the people would fall forever. If she died here, if she died like this, everything would be her fault. She couldn't die, she couldn't die, she couldn't die, at least not now. As a murderous intent approached, Empress let out a beast-like roar. Her eyes were red, and she was almost destroying the potential of her body. A strong spirit could be used on the body in turn. Her body suddenly twisted at an almost impossible angle and speed, and the long sword in her right hand suddenly pointed downward. Amidst the clanging sounds, ordinary iron couldn't withstand the sharpness of the Emperor weapon and was split into two. The sword continued to press forward, but this sword was already unable to take her life. The Empress concubine had managed to avoid her vitals at the critical moment. The long sword pierced deeply into her waist, and then blood splattered out. Intense pain, bone-deep fear, and an unprecedented desire to live. However, even though she was heavily injured, Empress's thoughts and movements did not slow down at all. She retreated as fast as she could and hissed, "Save me." This was not an enemy she could fight against. Even if she gave it her all, she would not be able to harm the other party at all. Therefore, he could only call for help, because at this moment, her life was of utmost importance. No matter who she begged, no matter who she called for help, no matter what she had to do, she had to live. Therefore, I beg you, save me. The powerful enemy who had missed his first attack quickly retracted his sword and stabbed again. From the Sky Demon's dumbstruck expression, it could be seen that the enemy would not miss a second time. At this moment, sword chi crisscrossed and the sound of the wind was sharp. A sharp blade shot out from behind her, attacking the ambusher. It was the golden, luminous, sacred sword. It was Zhao Yunlong. Empress was relieved, but now she had no chance to slack off. General Tensei quickly calculated in her heart. Zhao Yunlong stopped the attacker, and she had to rush to the armor as fast as possible. But in the next moment, she was stunned, because only the gold glory sacred sword was flying towards her. She glanced around and heard the sound of fierce fighting outside. The long spear in Zhao Yunlong's hand had been cut in half by the crossbar. At this time, he was holding half of the spear in each hand and using the two short spears to stop the sky demon who was constantly attacking. Although Lu Shujin had Ketu's demon power, she was not experienced enough to fight a head-on battle. She could only transform into purple gas and protect Zhao Yunlong's flank. From the way the two of them kept retreating, the situation was extremely difficult, because Zhao Yunlong heard her call for help and then projected the gold glory sacred sword here. But she could not control the gold glory. The Tai-Bai sword shot through the air, and the invincible sharp golden blade forced the attacker to retreat a second attack. But the sacred sword was just a dead object, and the opponent was an experienced warrior. Empress's mind was in a mess, and then she heard Zhao Yunlong roar, "Kill him!" She reached out and grabbed the hilt of the golden obsidian sacred sword. A strong and sharp will flowed into her body through the hilt. Rather break than bend, have a clear conscience, and have no regrets for a lifetime of loyalty and righteousness. This was the spirit by Yue reforged the sacred sword. In an instant, Empress Tensei received the approval of the gold glory sacred sword. The surging and tyrannical power flowed through her body, eliminating her fatigue and alleviating her pain. At this time, Empress's pure and stubborn belief resonated with the spiritual power contained in the sacred sword. So, Bai Yue solidified will handed over the power to the young Redeemer. They also loved this country and did not hesitate to do anything. They also felt sorry for one person, but they realized it too late. Too late. A blazing and sharp sword aura gushed out from the resplendent sacred sword. Empress waved the sacred sword, and the sword aura swept through the mountains and rivers. With an invincible sword move, she attacked the sky demon in front of her. Sword after sword, the tyrannical power was released, just like her heart. She cried loudly, almost losing herself, almost going crazy. Sword after sword, until she picked up the sacred sword and resonated with the will left behind by Bai Yue. Only then did she truly examine her heart. Boundless regret and pain gnawed at her heart. She had coldly betrayed Sun Lang, and Sun Lang was still willing to believe in her heart. She had heartlessly watched Bai Yue gradually disappear, and it was the sacred sword that Bai Yue had reforged before his death that gave her the last hope of atonement. This impermanent fate was good at playing tricks on people's hearts. It watched you laugh, watched you cry, but arranged your script without any emotion. You thought you had everything, but you didn't know you were slowly losing it, and you had already planted the seeds of defeat. You thought you had messed up everything, but it let you see the light at the end of the tunnel, let you see hope, but I don't care. She screamed almost crazily, "I don't care anymore." She splashed out a fatal sword aura, and the sky demon also rushed to attack. Both of them were warriors who carried out their own beliefs. One move determined life and death. Everyone had their own mission. The two figures crossed each other. Empress turned around and threw the sacred sword back to Zhao Yunlong. She staggered towards the armor in the middle of the hall. The armor stood there silently guarding the last scheme of an emperor. "Yes, I don't care. I don't want anything. I just want to win. I just want to win this battle." She swallowed all the medicine she had on her and struggled to put down the heavy armor. She felt dizzy and blood kept gushing out from the wound, but she didn't care at all. Empress held her own blood and sprinkled it on the armor. It was useless. There was no reaction. Not this. Then she pressed her hands on the breastplate, and true power surged in her palms. Soon after, some of the indiscernible veined patterns gradually lit up. The imperial family's technique. It's the imperial family's technique. She was surprised and happy at the same time. She cried out excitedly. It was actually so simple, and she guessed it right so quickly. This was really... God bless Hotu. As she continued to pour in her true power, the array on the armor became brighter and brighter. This ancient armor that contained the wisdom of the ancient sages was awakened by the power of the imperial family and was ready to perform her duty. Empress continued to pour in her true power. There was a force that was gathering and vibrating. The ripples slowly spread, causing a wide range of influence. Every imperial army was buzzing. They all felt the threat from the origin. "These sky demons are crazy." Zhao Yunlong's exasperated voice rang out. "Are you done yet? Take the armor and leave." She and Lu Shujin were forced to retreat into the main hall to block the crazy sky demon. These sky demons must have sensed something. This actually cheered Empress up. "You guys go." She kept pouring in her true power and said, "I'm not going." With the infusion of her true power, the armor had formed a repulsive force field. It was enough to block the sky demon's counterattack for a short time, giving her enough time to complete her mission. Zhao Yunlong said angrily, "You can't King die yet. I'm tired. I want to rest." The Empress concubine actually smiled. Even though her face was covered in blood, her smile was even more moving and beautiful than before, because at this moment there was someone in her eyes. She said softly, "Go quickly. Help me pass on a message to him." In the palace, the devil's expression changed drastically. He seemed to sense the arrival of a great danger. He roared, "Leave the palace immediately. Go." Sun Lang took a step forward. His tsunami-like fighting spirit and killing intent were released without reservation. He said calmly, "You guys can't go anywhere." But there was still a ripple in his heart. He just felt a bit uneasy. Zhao Yunlong shouted, "What does it have to do with me? If you have something to say it yourself. How much longer do you need?" Empress shook her head. She didn't have time to argue with Zhao Yunlong. It was said that before a person died, they would remember their past. What she remembered was only related to one person, from the timid and lowly person when they first met, to the high-spirited person 2 to 3 years later, to the peerless person 5 to 6 years later, to the fierce and hateful person 7 to 8 years later. All the memories, the unripe, the sweet, the beautiful, the sad, the unforgettable. So I never forgot you. But I'm very sorry. In the past, you were not the most important person in my heart. And now, I don't know. But what do I need to know? It's not important anymore. She recalled her past with Sun Lang and poured her Jinshi into the armor. This is a good ending. Stop all of this and give this country to you guys. I'll quietly think of you like this and welcome my end. I'll put an end to what I've done. This is already very, very good. Empress had never been so calm before. She was doing the last thing in her life with all her heart. The Jinshi in her body was constantly poured into the armor. More and more formations were activated. She could feel the power of the sword seal. As her internal energy poured in, her mind couldn't help but be attracted by the divine artifact that the Emperor relied on to counter. She concentrated and gradually paid attention to the sword seal itself. She wanted to see what mechanism it worked on and how long it would take to activate it. Then, she saw Zhao Yunlong shouted, "Take her away." Lu Shujin hesitated. Otherwise, Zhao Yunlong shook her head resolutely. "With the holy sword in hand, it's not a big problem. You don't understand." Sun Lang, she wanted to say something but stopped. Then, she turned her head to observe the layout of the sword palace. She was thinking about how to capture the Emperor's concubine and escape. But at this moment, she saw the general of heavenly strategies suddenly raise his head. At this moment, Zhao Yunlong's hair stood on end, because she had never seen Empress show such an expression. This expression should never appear on the face of a powerful person like Empress. Strategizing, ruthless, decisive, domineering, fierce, and ruthless. This was an extremely proud woman of the imperial family. Her innate noble status and the accomplishments and meritorious deeds she obtained after birth had all forged her temperament. But now, Empress looked extremely frightened and shocked. It was as if all hope had been shattered. Despair, sadness, fear, anger, and madness appeared on her face. "Run!" Zhao Yunlong heard this murmur. It was very low, like an illusion. But it was not an illusion. She saw Empress's body suddenly sink, as if her whole body was sucked into the armor. The Empress concubine's face was covered in tears. She spat out blood, and it could be seen with the naked eye that her life was quickly fading away. However, she no longer cared about this. She only used all her strength to support herself and tried to leave the armor. She did her best to resist the suction force that swallowed everything in order to gain the time to speak. With an unprecedented mournful voice, she screamed, "Run!" Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shujin were stunned at the same time. The next moment, Empress turned into ashes in front of them. It was as if everything was absorbed by the armor. The deadly armor suddenly lit up with a dazzling light and floated in the air. The sword seal was activated. But what did it mean to run? Immediately, they knew. An unsettling power gathered inside the armor. It was not the power of the material world, but the spiritual power. The spiritual power was constantly shrinking, like a vortex that was constantly shrinking. But it was not shrinking, but compressing. And compressing would cause it to explode again. It was quiet in the material world, but in the spiritual world, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded. Miss Zhao, who had run as far as she could since the beginning of the surprise attack, suddenly turned back. She looked in the direction of the Sword Palace in disbelief. Immediately, she discovered the terrifying phenomenon in the spiritual world. A huge tremor instantly ruled her body. She screamed, "It's over." The spiritual vortex suddenly exploded. The extremely terrifying power spread in all directions. The invisible ripples were mighty. The ripples fell on Zhao Yunlong, and the gold obsidian sacred sword suddenly lit up with a sharp white sword aura. The ripples fell on Lu Shujin, and the demonic power of the sword of Ketu spread out to protect her. The ripples fell on the body of the possessed sky demon who was chasing after them. Everyone trembled and then fell down. The blue flames in their eyes dissipated and their eyes dimmed. The ripples continued to spread. It passed through the shield and spread outside the Sword Palace. The ripples fell on Ping Yang, and the spiritual power of the same origin as the earth obsidian root protected the princess. The ripples fell on the soldiers of Tensei province. These soldiers who had survived hundreds of battles fell to the ground one after another, and their souls were seized and stripped by the invisible power. The ripples fell on Li Hua's mobile armor troops. Even with the protection of heavy armor, the Russians' ending was no different from the Empire's people. They all fell into silence. The ripples fell on Yin Luo, and nothing happened. The ripples also rushed into the sky and rushed toward Courier, but they were blocked by the blazing angel armor. The ripples were still spreading outward. Whether it was ordinary humans or the possessed sky demon, they were all treated the same. Everyone fell down silently, and their eyes dimmed and lost all their spiritual power. Only the ripples that plundered souls were still spreading unscrupulously. It was as if it would never stop, as if it would never end. But there was still a limit. Perhaps it had reached the limit of its spread, or perhaps it had plundered enough souls. But after devouring countless soldiers, civilians, and the sky demon, the spreading ripples suddenly stopped and then retracted. Countless turbulent souls rolled up in the spiritual world and gathered toward the armor. An enormous amount of spiritual power gathered and kept expanding like a slowly drawn longbow. And this tyrannical spiritual power was like a sharp arrow on the bowstring. Through the spiritual channel left by the sages, it aimed at the target of the counterattack, the ancestor the devil in the Hutu sacred sword. Then it suddenly launched. This torrent of spiritual power was not bound by material boundaries. In an instant, it crossed an extremely long distance and fell into the imperial city where a chaotic battle had broken out. It fiercely slammed into the Hutu sacred sword. The devil let out an extremely painful scream and wail. All the imperial army trembled, and all the devil stopped attacking. They involuntarily let out a roar, and the soul fire in their eyes kept shaking. Sun Lang's eyes flashed, and he was about to go forward and finish the job, but the violent spiritual torrent made him stop. In his spiritual vision, he clearly saw that the Hutu sacred sword slowly lost its spiritual power, leaving only a huge amount of power. Obviously, the will of the spirit in the sword had dissipated like Spider-Man. Is it dead? Even for him, at this moment, all sorts of emotions welled up in him. The old man who had accompanied him at the beginning of his transmigration was gone just like that. So, this matter is settled just like that? Wait, what did I do? Other than reporting the news. Yeah. Am I the NPC who issued the final main mission? This doesn't seem right. Wait a minute. His gaze fell on the ministers. The sky demon didn't seem to be dead yet. However, undue delay may lead to trouble. First, he had to kill Li Guangyuan. He waited for the aftermath of the spiritual torrent to subside a little before raising his hand to kill Li Guangyuan. However, when the sword energy was 3 feet away from the emperor, it immediately dissipated. Sun Lang looked at the emperor in disbelief. Because the emperor raised his head, what rose with it was an extremely terrifying aura. It was visible to the naked eye that the emperor had awakened from his slumber. His terrifying aura continued to surge, and his aura soared into the sky. A terrifying power condensed in his body, and the power of the sacred swords was still at his disposal. The eyes of the heavenly demons became even more reverent and fanatical. He looked at Sun Lang, and the blue flames in his eyes burned. His entire temperament changed. It was more terrifying, deeper, and profound than before. It was as if he had broken free from his shackles. Sun Lang's expression was unprecedentedly dignified. He had experienced the bloody battle in the great desolate mountain, absorbed the power of the sacred swords, and forged his martial arts through endless battles. There was absolutely no one in the world who could stand up to him. Even when the sword saints surrounded him and attacked him together, he was still able to handle it with ease and not be at a disadvantage. However, when facing the current emperor, he felt threatened. No, he was definitely not the emperor. The gap between their souls was like the abyss between heaven and earth. He slowly said, "You are not Li Guangyuan." The other party proudly said, "I am naturally not that kind of lamentable and incapable ruler." Sun Lang said again, "You are also not the sword spirit of the demon sword." The other party coldly said, "I'm also not that kind of cowardly and selfish traitor." Sun Lang closed his eyes and sighed. "But you know me." "Of course." A hint of a smile appeared on the other party's face. "It was I who taught you. It was I who nurtured you. We lived together day and night and relied on each other. Otherwise, do you think that the passive knowledge of a sword spirit could turn you into an invincible great strategist and peerless expert? Then, all the suspicious points can be explained." Sun Lang was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "You planned all of this?" The other party smiled and nodded. Although there were many unexpected changes in the details, it still went smoothly. "Sun Lang, for this day, I have prepared for a very, very long time." Sun Lang looked at him, not saying a word. He knew who it was. According to the extremely secret historical records of various countries, this was a sky demon. It held an invincible cannon in its left hand and waved an invincible demon sword in its right hand. It was covered in exquisite armor, had a pair of wings on its back, and had a huge body. Its eyes shone with light, and it could release all kinds of strange phenomena of ice, fire, thunder, and lightning. It could even manipulate people's hearts. Even though it had lost almost all of its equipment and body, and even settled in Li Guangyuan's old and decaying body, it could still make Sun Lang feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Because it was not some ancestor the devil, it was the ancestor sky demon. Chapter 1204. The Devil. No, the progenitor sky demon stood with his hands behind his back. All the forbearance, all the pain, and all the disguise had finally paid off at this moment. Sun Lang was silent for a long time. Even he could not accept such a thing for a while. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes was even more cunning than he had imagined. The progenitor sky demon laughed and said, "Why don't you speak? Is it hard to accept?" Sun Lang shook his head and said, "No, I just suddenly realized. No wonder you were so unhappy when I asked the progenitor how the sky demon was cut into pieces. It turned out that the person who was searched was you." The sky demon shrugged and said, "They did not just search my body. My body was used with the harvest technique and made into a specimen, just like Genova's cells." Sun Lang laughed, but the smile was still a little forced. The progenitor, Sky Demon, knew Sun Lang very well. Seeing his appearance, he knew what he was thinking. Compared to Li Guangyuan, he did not seem to be hostile to Sun Lang. He even explained, "I have been imprisoned for hundreds of years and have been preparing for today for hundreds of years. I have made plans. I have gained the trust of the people of the Empire hundreds of years ago. And for hundreds of years, I have been building the Imperial Army for the Empire conscientiously. I have never done anything out of line. I've been patient for hundreds of years, and I've fooled everyone. The talents of the empires from hundreds of years ago, the emperors and ministers of the past hundreds of years, the heroes of the Tianyuan era, and yet nobody has discovered my identity. I've been preparing patiently day after day, because I know there's only one chance. Until today, I have finally harvested the perfect fruit. I have finally broken free from the shackles and taken the first step of freedom. That's why I won. It's impossible for me to lose. Because Li Guangyuan is obsessed with immortality, he is obsessed with me and is willing to cooperate with me to activate the plan. Because you're too deeply involved with some people, you will definitely find a way to defeat me. Therefore, the sword seal will definitely be activated. Therefore, I will definitely win." He said warmly, "There's no need to feel defeated. You've only lost to the long passage of time. After all, I've prepared for far too long. I've abandoned dozens of plans and gone through tens of thousands of deductions. I've considered all the variables and eliminated all the risks before I came up with this foolproof plan." Sun Lang suddenly said, "The sword seal is working. Of course, this is also part of the plan. The people of the Imperial Army from hundreds of years ago were indeed extraordinary people. Even though the Imperial Army was created by me, they still understood the mysteries behind it with their amazing wisdom and talent. They also took advantage of the situation and formulated a countermeasure to deal with the counterattack of the sword spirit, which was extremely effective." Sun Lang sighed. But the target of the countermeasure was the sword spirit. The ancestor of the origin Sky Demon nodded happily. Victory was in his hands, and everything had been settled. After hundreds of years of waiting and planning alone, after success, he was also eager to confide and share everything he had done. This was the instinct of every intelligent creature, and Sun Lang was the only person worthy of talking to him. He nodded reservedly, but there was still an unconcealable pride in his eyes, because this was the most exciting part of the plan. Yes, the people of the Empire thought that I didn't know about the existence of this countermeasure. They were too naive. After all, I've deceived them. Those so-called sages would probably never have thought that the perfection of this countermeasure was due to my secret reminder and promotion. How do you evaluate human beings? Sometimes wise, sometimes arrogant, sometimes rational, sometimes stupid. What's more interesting is that everyone is not pure. They are all a mixture of the above. Sun Lang said lightly, "So, the sword seal still played its role perfectly. It gathered a powerful spiritual force, and through the resonance channel left hundreds of years ago, it killed the sword spirit in the Hutu divine sword." The ancestor of the origin Sky Demon showed a ferocious smile, and his tone was full of pleasure. "Exactly." Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you guys don't get along well. I thought they were loyal." The ancestor Sky Demon sighed. "Only when there is no thought will there be absolute loyalty. Didn't you say that there is no loyalty? It's just that the price of betrayal is not enough." Sun Lang asked, "What kind of price would make the sword spirit of the demon sword betray you?" The Sky Demon Sunran said, "The desire to live and the instinct of the strong preying on the weak." Sun Lang was stunned. "There's no harm in telling you. There's nothing to hide." He said, "Back then, when I was defeated and killed, my soul escaped into the sacred sword. This way, within the sacred sword, there were two souls, and my identity also underwent a subtle change. Because before that, I was the powerful master of the sacred sword and had already controlled it for countless years. But after that, I became a loser, and even more so, I lived under someone else's roof, and the sacred sword was its territory." Sun Lang said indifferently, "No wonder. For a sword, Even if its master's identity has changed, it actually has no effect on it. It can go with the flow, but an ambitious loser who is waiting to make a comeback will definitely not be willing to fall into a dormant state. He will definitely plan a conspiracy and look for an opportunity. In this regard, your demands and goals are contradictory. Not only that, the ancestor sky demon's voice was gloomy and cold. My soul escaped into the holy sword, and over time, it gave birth to other thoughts. The sword can't bite back at its master, but the sword's spirit can. When I am in the same sword as it, in the state of a spirit, it can't control its desires and impulses. It wants to devour me. It wants to destroy me, and this will make it stronger. I'm afraid it's more than that, Sun Lang said coldly. For the sword spirit, you are an outsider, and for you, the sword spirit is just your servant. If you want to make a comeback, you have to use the holy sword. In this case, isn't it more convenient to devour the sword spirit and control the holy sword yourself? The sword spirit was dead, and only the ancestor sky demon knew the truth at that time. He was defeated and killed, lost his body, and was trapped in the holy sword. There was endless madness and despair, and endless hatred. In this case, two spirits with different thoughts were placed in the cold holy sword. The friendship of master and servant who fought side by side in the past had slowly changed. Suspicion and jealousy grew, and evil thoughts grew. Who was the first to have the intention to kill, and who was the first to have other thoughts? These secrets would probably never be clear. The ancestor sky demon shook his head and said, "You always speculate about me with malice. Is there any meaning in arguing about this now?" Sun Lang exhaled. It is indeed meaningless. Your plan succeeded. The sword spirit became a scapegoat, and you have all the power of the holy sword, right? You must have gained more than that. He said softly, "You said that you planned everything for today." The most crucial point of the plan was not to awaken the souls of the sky demon, but to kill the sword spirit with the help of the sword seal. This shows two things. First, with your strength, you can't do anything to the sword spirit. At least you can't kill it. Second, you have to kill it. The ancestor sky demon nodded approvingly. It must be reiterated that he liked to talk to Sun Lang. He liked this feeling, the joy of sharing and confiding. It used hundreds of years to fight for a glimmer of dawn for itself. Such joy must be shared with someone, and Sun Lang was not only one of the indispensable protagonists, but also the best audience. Only he was qualified to be an audience in this drama. He said, "That's right. I've restrained the sword spirit, but I can't kill it. I can only suppress and seal it. After all, the sacred sword is its home ground. Not only that, its venomous curses and constant interference prevent me from grasping the full power of the sacred sword. It's a huge threat and hidden danger that binds my mind and soul. As long as it's here, I'll never be free." After saying this, the ancestor sky demon took a deep breath. Even though this body was no longer young, the long-lost taste of breathing still made him have mixed feelings. Yes, freedom. The taste of being trapped in a sword for hundreds of years. The joy of finally regaining freedom after hundreds of years. Even if he was patient, he could not help but be excited and unable to restrain his joy. Sun Lang looked at him quietly. "Are you very happy?" The ancestor sky demon laughed. "Very, very happy." There was a trace of coldness in Sun Lang's voice. That is to say, the sky demon army that suddenly appeared in the Great Barren Mountain was attracted by you. If there had been no accident at that time, you would still have occupied my body? The heavenly demon said frankly, "I was the one who lured him here. At that time, the plan was simpler and more perfect. After all, your body is much stronger than Liguan Yuan's. I poured a lot of effort into you. After the possession was completed, the heavenly demon army would attack. I would wipe out the elite troops gathered by Hutu in one fell swoop. Then I could drive in and attack Hutu, forcing the emperor to activate the so-called countermeasure and kill the sword spirit." Sun Lang sneered and said, "You rotten old man, you're really bad." The sky demon heard the hatred and killing intent hidden in those words. He spread out his hands and said calmly, "Don't be angry. I am not showing off to you as a winner. I am very calm and talk to you as an equal. Sun Lang, whether you believe it or not, after the possession is successful, I will still not kill you. I will keep your soul. After killing the sword spirit and winning, I will return your freedom. Sun Lang said coldly, then I really have to thank you. I am very sorry, but you will not understand the taste of losing freedom for hundreds of years. Even if there's only a dim light, I will hold on to it. It does not matter what the means are. The ancestor sky demon said slowly, and now I have succeeded. At least it is preliminary success. Although Li Guanyuan's body is old, it can still ensure at least 20 or 30 years of vitality. Time is enough. Sun Lang said without batting an eyelid. Aren't you celebrating too early? The heavenly demon sighed and said, Sun Lang, I'll be honest with you. If there's no need, I don't want to be your enemy. It's not that I'm afraid of your power, but I really don't want to meet you with weapons. Because in a certain way, we really do share the same fate. I was really very happy when I was with you. Sun Lang sneered. You're really thick-skinned. The sky demon frowned slightly, but was not angry. If this can extinguish your anger, it does not matter if I say a few more words of sarcasm. I just hope that you will not be extreme. The deal and conditions that I proposed to you before were not to delay or deceive you. My promise has always been valid, and my attitude is very sincere. He looked at Sun Lang. Just a gaze could bring about a huge pressure. If it were mortal to bear, it would only take a moment for the target's body and soul to completely collapse. This was because there was a grand and dazzling soul residing within that old body. He said slowly, since the sword spirit is dead, I have completely grasped the power of the holy sword. With your spiritual sense, it is not difficult to perceive what kind of transformation I have undergone. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows and said, Do you want to fight? There is no need to fight. The current me is still not your opponent. I have to admit this. The ancestor of the origin sky demon readily admitted this fact because it was not a big deal. To measure a battle, pure combat power was not everything, or even the main thing. He said calmly, but I will increase the difficulty of this battle by several times. Even if you're facing the current me, you will still need to go all out. Then, the crux of the problem will return to the beginning. Sun Lang, in this situation, in this bitter battle, can you ensure the safety of those people? Pongji and the others in the hall, and those women outside the palace. In this case, the probability of you being distracted is completely zero. Even if you defeat me, they will die completely and completely. If this is the result, even if you win, what is the point? The people you care about will all die, this country will be in ruins, and the world will be covered in smoke. If this is all you want, why do you need to be silent for 3 years? He took a step back, bowed with the etiquette of the sky demon, and said in a deep voice, Now that things have come to this, Sun Lang, I propose that we temporarily put aside the past grievances and look at the future with a new attitude. Now that we no longer have any contradictions and conflicts, I hope to be good friends with you again. Sun Lang snorted. And then destroy the world with you? The sky demon shook his head and said, Now we are already in the body of a human, and we can control the largest empire of humans in our hands. Why do we need to do those troublesome things? We are not keen on destruction. Then what is your purpose in controlling the empire? When humans gather together, they are a huge force and wealth. The ancestor sky demon raised his head and looked at Sun Lang. We have exchanged memories, and I have seen the appearance of your world. Science. Weak humans rely on wisdom to change the world. Even if the physical body is weak and powerless, wisdom and collective strength can shake the world. The direction of the 5 major countries is all wrong, and we have the right future in our hands. Gather their strength, integrate and improve with the technology of the sky demon, and have a wise leader at the helm. This world will develop by leaps and bounds. In this way, entering the starry sky again is something that can be seen in a short time. He looked up, and his gaze was distant, as if he had already seen the depths of the stars. Sun Lang, you know how big the universe is. I also know. We all know that the planet under our feet is less than an insignificant grain of sand in the universe. We all know that in this vast and boundless universe, there must be more civilizations and creatures. We all know the vastness of the universe, and we also know our own insignificance. Then let me ask you now, he slowly said, knowing all this, will I be obsessed with the fate and rule of this planet? Will I roll around in this mud planet? Will I slaughter the precious property of humans because of hatred? I can't wait for everyone to have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. I can't wait for everyone to receive a good education because the better they live, the shorter the time they spend in the stars. Your history has already proven this, that only stability and wealth can bring about long-term development. It's just that you're too stable, causing a few people in power and the rich to be obsessed with infighting, squandering the wealth of all mankind. But we can avoid this. A wise and only leader will ensure the stable use of the power of civilization. We can put most of the resources into the cause that will never stop. Sun Lang, this world will become better. This is my ambition. This is my purpose. Because the universe is too big. It can accommodate you, it can accommodate me, and it can even accommodate us joining hands. And on this supreme and vast path, it is really boring to walk alone. He held out his hand to Sun Lang, his tone calm but sincere. Are you interested? Chapter 1205. The Sky Demon extended his hand to Sun Lang. It was an invitation, a reconciliation, a proposal, and a deal. He was the one who understood Sun Lang the most in the world. Every word was based on his understanding of Sun Lang, and every point of view was to the point that Sun Lang cared about the most. Then, he would show his strength, express his sincerity, and make a promise. There would be no cruel rule, no harm to the people that Sun Lang cared about, and even the world would become better because he had greater ideals and demands. As long as Sun Lang agreed to his proposal. On the other hand, then he would fight with all his might. It was hard to tell who would win or lose, but the only thing that could be confirmed was that many, many people would die. His former subordinates and lovers would not survive, and this country would be reduced to ruins. Sun Lang stared at that hand. The Sky Demon did not rush him. He had plenty of patience. Furthermore, it was not an easy choice to make. To be honest, Sun Lang suddenly rolled his eyes. Did you get your inspiration from China's anomaly zone? The Sky Demon was startled, and then he laughed. I only realized it later. It's really similar. He shook his head. But it's not. And there are many, many things that we can do. Sun Lang said faintly. You look like you're relieved of a burden. I was indeed relieved when you started talking about this kind of joke that only I could understand. The Sky Demon said, in fact, I've already come up with many ideas. But I refuse. Sun Lang, by the shore, like to say no to a self-righteous person like you. It should be the line that has the highest probability of appearing. Sun Lang also laughed. This line is indeed the most appropriate one. I really want to say it. The Sky Demon shrugged. If you just want to say it, it's still okay. No matter how many words you say, it's fine. Sun Lang didn't say anything. The Ancestor Sky Demon also stopped smiling, and his tone was still sincere. I know you are still holding a grudge, but we still have a lot of time. The long years will wash away the past grudges and become a topic of conversation when we drink and smile at each other. You have made a wise choice. I know you will do so. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand, attempting to pat Sun Lang's shoulder. But when he met Sun Lang's calm gaze, he awkwardly withdrew his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that this face is really not likable. With Li Guangyuan's appearance, the Sky Demon slowly said, I know you've been wronged. You're only giving up on fighting me to the death for the sake of those people's lives. Otherwise, I really don't have the confidence to defeat you. At that time, all of my efforts and arrangements would have been for naught, and you would have lost everything. Both sides would have suffered. That's the most annoying outcome, isn't it? There won't be any winners. Neither of us likes that. He stood beside Sun Lang. The dragon chi protecting the palace had gradually dissipated, and the dark clouds above the capital were also slowly dissipating. The sun shone, and the blue sky reappeared, as if all the disasters and sorrows had passed. I will do my best to give you everything you want, whether it's nobility or carefree, power or freedom. According to our agreement, you can take anyone you want to take with you to travel around, and those people you care about will get the most appropriate place. If you want, when I slightly unify the power of the Hutu, I will start to set up the portal connecting to Earth. I will treat you as a brother, and my people will also see you as a leader. We will engrave your name on the sacred gate, and with the breath of the spirit of Roha, it will spread throughout the universe forever. Sunlang, time is long, and the future is far away. We can make our names last longer. Sunlang didn't say anything. His eyes swept over the silent people behind the Sky Demon. The eyes of the Sky Demon who had succeeded in the possession were burning with strong spiritual flames. Of course, there were 3 people who didn't have any abnormalities, just like humans. 3 sword saints, Wei Wangshu, Wei Shihe, and Shun Yaohua. Sunlang slowly raised his hand and pointed at the undead who had turned to the Sky Demon. He turned to look at the ancestor of the origin Sky Demon. You could bring the dead back to life. This was the key factor that made Shun Yaohua decide to turn to the Sky Demon. This infatuated woman was obsessed with resurrecting her husband, listened to the nonsense of the Sky Demon, and ignored the serious barrier between life and death. The ancestor of the origin Sky Demon calmly said, "Of course I can't do it." Sunlang didn't speak, but his eyes gradually became sharp as he looked at the Sky Demon. "Don't look at me like that," the Sky Demon said. The Heavenly Demon said, "Although I can't bring the dead back to life, I can fulfill her wish and let her see her husband again." Sunlang's tone was extremely cold. "So you can let her die?" The Sky Demon shook his head and said, "Of course she can live." Sunlang calmly said, "Explain." "There's nothing to explain. It's very difficult to resurrect a dead person, almost impossible. But it's very simple for me to let Shun Yaohua and her husband reunite." Sunlang's eyes shook violently. He had an extremely shocking conjecture. "What do you mean?" The ancestor of the origin Sky Demon's face showed an extremely complicated expression. There was confusion, and there was also a sigh. Perhaps he still couldn't understand the flaw in the Great Barren Mountain, and he couldn't figure out the reason even if he cracked his head. Brother Jean's soul. He sighed. "It's the sword spirit of the holy sword of water." Sunlang showed an extremely shocked expression. He stared at the Sky Demon, trying to find the fake expression on his face, but there was none. The other party didn't look like a disguise. "Nonsense," he murmured. "He's obviously a human. He's not, he's my child." Gong Gong's chaotic young spiritual light was personally inserted into the body of the baby of the Chow family by me. At that time, I was trying another path. Otherwise, how do you think he was able to suppress all the top powerhouses of the empire and obtain the approval of the holy sword of water with the best aptitude? The Sky Demon sighed and said, "I thought that was a feasible path, but even the Sky Demon, after being nourished and raised in a human body, can become like a human being. He has his own thoughts and will, and even overcomes his natural instinct to obey me and chose another path." Speaking of this matter, he also sighed with a face full of emotions. Now, he had achieved great success, so he could calmly recall his previous failures. The plan in the Great Barren Mountain was originally perfect, but from Brother Jean to Sunlang, one link after another collapsed one after another, and then there was a chain of failures. He misjudged a human being from an alien world, and also misjudged another Sky Demon. I don't blame him anymore, even if it's for your sake. I know he's very important to you, and you've been holding a grudge. But now, I can bring him back to life because he's Gong Gong, a soul from the holy sword of water. He's a part of my soul. As long as I'm alive, he can always be alive and regain peace and happiness. The Sky Demon said warmly, "We can all let go of the past. Sunlang, we can look forward. You fulfilled your promise. You can continue to protect this world and watch how I govern and develop it. If I violate my promise and treat humans with violence and plunder, you can stand up and fight me at any time to punish me for breaking my promise. Sunlang, it takes a long time to build trust. If you have any conditions or requests, you can tell me. Sun Lang was stunned and speechless. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Is he the only one who did it this way? The Sky Demon said in surprise, Of course. What's wrong? Sun Lang slowly shook his head. Nothing. I'm going out to take a look first. The Sky Demon of the ancestor of the origin smiled and said, I can understand. You're a sentimental person, and this is a good thing for me. But the Empire can't be without a ruler for a day. We still need to discuss and explore how to end today's situation. Remember, before his voice died away, Sun Lang had already rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. The Sky Demon shook his head and lowered his eyes. He had the sharp light in his eyes. Behind him, Xin Yaohua was still standing with her hands down, waiting quietly. Sun Lang rushed out of the palace gate. He saw the messy corpses outside the Xuanwu gate. Following the reaction of the gold glorious holy sword, he followed the tracks of the military horses and galloped all the way on the vast imperial road. He ran very fast. Many chaotic thoughts came one after another. He almost wanted to hold his head and scream. He wanted to roar loudly. Even someone like him couldn't sort out his feelings at this moment, let alone know whether what he did was right or wrong. He just wanted to see them now. Then he could calm down. As he approached the Hutu Sword Palace, there were many Sky Demon on guard in the distance. Seeing him rushing over like a hurricane, they quickly retreated. It seemed that they had been warned and warned. If they were killed by this person, there would be no way for them to complain. At a glance, Sun Lang saw the corpses all over the ground. There were panicked war horses fleeing in all directions, corpses strewn all over the ground, and power armors standing like statues. Only a few people were left standing. He saw Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shujin looking around for corpses with serious faces. Miss Zhao pursed her lips. He saw Yin Luo taking off her helmet and leaning against the wall, while Courier accompanied her. Ping Yang was sitting in the distance. Everyone saw Sun Lang almost at the same time. Miss Zhao cried out. Even the most independent and indifferent Lu Shujin had red eyes. Sun Lang approached like lightning and asked, Is anyone hurt? He saw that Chao Patao and Annie Lu were fine. Miss Zhao was crying loudly. Courier's seraph didn't even have a few scratches. Only Yin Luo was sitting in the corner. His heart ached. He came to the girl and said, Yin Luo. The girl raised her head in a daze and looked at Sun Lang's familiar face. Tears filled her eyes. Sun Lang. Her voice was weak and dazed, as if she was in a nightmare that she hadn't woken up from. The girl's voice was careful, seeking warmth. Her eyes and words were full of trust and pleading. Did we win? Sun Lang's heart seemed to be hammered. He said in a low voice, I'm sorry. The so-called sword mark was a trap. The Empire was defeated by a conspiracy that had been planned for hundreds of years. Hutu is finished. I can't do anything. Inlua's eyes were dazed, as if he couldn't understand Sun Lang's words. Sun Lang took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Yunlong. There's no time to mourn. Chao Patao, take them immediately. What's wrong? He looked at Zhao Yunlong in surprise, because Chao Patao's face was full of hesitation. Chao Patao was silent for a moment and then moved to the side. She didn't say anything and only pointed at Ping Yang. Sun Lang was stunned. He blinked and then took a deep breath. The world seemed to have become far away in an instant. For some reason, many memories and fragments of the past surged into his mind. An inexplicable sourness surged from the lake in his heart. He seemed to have realized something, but he wasn't willing to believe or accept it. He just took a step and walked toward Ping Yang, who was sitting on the ground. He walked very slowly. Although it was very short, it felt as if he had walked for 8 years. Ping Yang sat on the ground, surrounded by fallen soldiers. Her body was stained with blood, and her armor was damaged in several places. Her hair was disheveled, and there were broken swords and sabers around her. Sitting there, she was like a mourner on the battlefield, remembering the names of all the dead. She was like a Valkyrie in Norse mythology, flying through the battlefield to receive the souls of the brave. She slowly turned her head and looked at Sun Lang. She wanted to smile, but her face was full of sadness. Master, she said as if she was in a dream. Sister is dead. Chapter 1206. Master, sister is dead. Ping Yang stared blankly at Sun Lang and repeated herself. Sun Lang stood there, motionless like a statue. He wanted to speak, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Dead. That woman. Dead. The woman he once hated to the core, the woman he once slowly fell in love with, the woman he once hated again, the woman who understood him the most, the woman he understood the most, and the woman who still knew each other like the back of her hand. Dead. He had great ambitions and was as graceful as jade. His name had once shaken the world, and he had commanded the winds and clouds all his life. But now he had died without a trace. When he was feigning civility with the progenitor heavenly demon, he had quietly lost his life. Just like that, she died. In the bloody battle of Tianyuan, there were countless people who died on the battlefield. He was used to seeing people die on the battlefield. Soldiers who had experienced real blood and fire were already indifferent to life and death. He had personally sent hundreds of thousands of creatures to the netherworld. Death was a common occurrence. In the few months of his journey back to the Empire, he witnessed the sacrifice of Ping Yidao, the end of the 8 distresses, by Yue turning into starlight and dissipating, and the old madam passing away after exhausting all her efforts. He remembered these people who had died, remembered their stories, and treasured them as spiritual comfort in this dark world. Although he felt sad and regretful, he would still continue to move forward. He thought that he was strong enough, that his heart was firm and calm enough. But he was wrong. When he heard the news, he tasted the taste of pain again. Just like 2 years ago, when he held the dying Shui Yao in the midst of blood and corpses. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. People always realize the true feelings at the bottom of their hearts at this time. Even if they gnash their teeth in hatred and wish to kill, and their hostility and killing intent were not fake, but love and hatred could intertwine and coexist and operate together in this ill-fated relationship. Until one side completely fell, the other side could truly realize what the burning and roaring feelings at the bottom of their hearts were like. Humans are really complicated. When he hated, he loved, and when he loved, he hated. When she was alive, he wished he could kill her. After she died, he felt a great sense of loss and sadness. Only at this moment did Sun Lang realize that he was still immortal. His heart was not made of stone. He could cry, he could laugh, and he could feel emotions. He whispered, "Oh, what kind of expression should he show? What should he say?" His usual glib tongue, his usual carefree laughter, all of his cheerful and complicated emotions lost their power in the face of the purest sadness. He only felt empty in his heart. It was very unbearable. This woman had failed. She craved power and had ambitions. She wanted to be an empress, to rule the country, and to make the country better. For these righteous goals, she did the wrong things. She lost herself in politics and twisted her means for the results. In the end, she found that everything she did sounded the death knell of the country she loved. She tried her best to save everything, but in the end, she paid with her life. However, her sacrifice was meaningless. The sword seal that was activated with all his might had instead allowed the progenitor celestial devil to break free. A terrifying enemy that had been plotting and preparing for hundreds of years had finally completed his plan. Step by step, he had the upper hand and made conditions that Sun Lang could not refuse. Every word he said hit the bottom of his heart, taking into account all the changes. Hutu was finished. The country that the woman swore to protect. It was finished just like that. Did you see it? Did you know? You and your father created a monster like me and placed your last hope on me. But you will think this way, and so will the Sky Devil. He doesn't want to be my enemy, and I'm more concerned about the safety of some people than the Empire. So it's easy to reach a consensus, isn't it? Why did you and your father think that I would fight the Sky Demon to the end? If she died, there would be no other way. If you knelt in front of me, cried, and used all your strength to repent, beg for my forgiveness, and beg me to try again, maybe I would reluctantly agree. Really, I would really consider it. But why did you die just like that? Why didn't he give it a try before dying on his own? Sun Lang slowly moved his eyeballs and looked at Ping Yang. Where's the body? Zhao Yunlong behind him said. Lu Shujin and I escorted her into the Sword Palace to activate the Sword Seal. Her body was destroyed by the armor. Her whole body turned into ashes and nothing was left. Chao Patao said in a low voice, Sun Lang, I'm sorry, Before he finished speaking, Sun Lang's figure flashed, crossed a long distance, and appeared in the Sword Palace. He kicked away the fallen corpse and saw the armor. This sword imprint contained the most tyrannical and effective countermeasure of the sages. According to the situation at the scene, the extremely terrifying spiritual torrent was formed from the fusion of the souls of these people and demons. And the Emperor's concubine was in the center of the storm. Everything was swallowed up by the armor. He lifted up the armor of death that had absorbed countless spirits. There was already dried blood on it. This was undoubtedly left behind by the Emperor's concubine. He wanted to take a closer look, but who would have thought that the armor would suddenly be covered in cracks? Then, it fell to the ground and turned into dust. Looking at the remaining ashes in his palm, Sun Lang felt that he understood the feelings of Captain America and Iron Man. His heart sank little by little. The past could not be forgotten. It had been covered in dust. But who knew that it would resurface in his heart again? Her voice and smile. Every single conversation. Every confiding of her heart. Ambitions, ideals, pain, sadness, worries, everything. Sun Lang, what makes a good emperor? It's simple. Let every citizen eat and wear warm clothes from the spirit to the body. Let every citizen not kneel from the spirit to the body. How about it? It's easy, right? It's easy for you to say. It's not that easy. Of course it's easy. If those officials and rich businessmen want to eat more and let the people starve, then F***CK them. If those rich and powerful people want to gain pleasure from the respect and humility of others, then F***CK them. If you can't do it yourself, then teach the people how to do it. Everyone will do it together, and we'll be able to do it. So if you want to be a good emperor, first of all, you can't be arrogant. Don't treat the people as idiots. Although they are sometimes quite idiotic, it's not their fault. You can teach them. A true king will never put his people in a bottle and force a better future on them. Do you understand? You're saying such disgraceful things again. This is obviously the most correct path, but an arrogant guy like you will definitely not listen. People like you have been high and mighty for too long. Without empathy, how can you be a good emperor? I'm going to do it. It's up to you. After the war, I'll go to the Imperial College to be a librarian. Remember to give me a full salary. No, you have to help me. Help me be a good emperor. I don't want to. It's so troublesome. There's no benefit. How about I give you half of the country? Are you a 3-year-old child who wants to play the emperor? Can this thing be divided? How can it be divided? Besides, I don't want it even if it's divided. Reading memorials every day is tiring. Idiot. Staring at the fine sand in his hand, memories of the past came to his mind. When he thought of this, Sun Lang suddenly came to his senses. He chuckled and said, give me half of the country. So that's what you mean. It was only a matter of a few years ago, but in the blink of an eye, everything had changed, and there was no way to return to the past. He clenched the fine sand in his hand tightly, and then slowly released his hand, letting the wisp of smoke fall slowly. Footsteps came from behind him, light and heavy. Sun Lang turned around. The women who had escaped from the terrible soul for various reasons appeared at the door of the palace. He looked at them, and they looked at him. Sun Lang. Yin Luo was still wearing the power armor, but she took off the helmet. Her eyes were red. The great change also had an impact on her, but the girl was still strong enough to support herself. She said in a daze, "We didn't win?" As the terrible soul ripple spread, the comrades who fought side by side with Yin Luo all died, whether it was the people of fire or the people of Hutu. The battlefield suddenly became very quiet. Such an impact was enough to frighten ordinary people. It took them a long time to calm down. But after paying such a great price, sacrificing and risking their lives, even so, they still didn't win? Why was it like this? Facing those eyes, Sun Lang couldn't say anything. Everyone was looking at him. Everyone was sad. Everyone was puzzled. But everyone still held on a hope. Because he was here. Because everyone trusted him. They trusted his ability and will. Even under such a disadvantage, there was still the possibility of a desperate counterattack. So even after experiencing such a blow, there was still a force supporting them. But Sun Lang lowered his eyes. For the first time, he avoided these sad and hopeful eyes. His gaze was fixed on the cloud of dust that fell to the ground. Until now, the powerlessness and sadness still filled his heart. He found that he was almost the same as he was in the past. When the people who really mattered to him died, he still couldn't suppress the great sadness that swept over him. And this was just the empress of love and hate. What if the person who died was Yin Luo, Zhao Yunlong, Lu Shujin, Miss Zhao, Ping Yang? If he continued to fight, if these people also lost their lives, what would happen to him at that time? He felt a great sense of panic. Just thinking about that scene made him unable to breathe. After being silent for a long time, he said with difficulty, "I'm sorry." In the Imperial City, the ancestor of the Origin Sky Demon, who occupied Li Guangyuan's body, was still standing in place, staring into the distance and not speaking for a long time. The other Sky Demons scattered, each with their own mission. Only the three Sword Saints stood not far behind him, waiting for orders. At this time, the Ancestor Sky Demon withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "The person you are waiting for will not come." Chapter 1207. The person you are waiting for will not come. The Ancestor Sky Demon said slowly. The three people behind him did not say a word, and no one responded. They all seemed to think that the Ancestor Sky Demon was not talking to them. But that was not the case. The Sky Demon turned his head and smiled faintly. "I have to say, as a human being, it is really not easy for you to do this." He looked at Shun Yaohua. His tone was light and flat. "What message did my good-for-nothing child leave for you?" The Sword Saints of the Wei clan heard this and immediately took a step back, their two holy swords ready to strike. There was also the Ancestor Sky Demon in front of them. This was a fatal trap. In the whole world, only Sun Lang could escape from the encirclement of these three people. And for Shun Yaohua, this was an impossible task. She was surrounded, but she did not panic at all. Perhaps this infatuated woman had already seen through life and death. Or perhaps she knew that resistance was futile. The woman just quietly glanced at the Ancestor Sky Demon, the biggest demon in the world. She whispered, "Is it meaningful?" The Ancestor Sky Demon laughed. "It is indeed meaningless. You are a great woman. If you had chosen another path, your achievements may not be inferior to Empress Tensei. It is a pity." Shun Yaohua said faintly, "You flatter me. I am just a pitiful person." "You don't look happy," the Sky Demon said. "Is there a misunderstanding? Although I have seen through your tricks, I will not do anything to you. After all, your little tricks and thoughts will not have any impact. More importantly, Sun Lang values you and your wife very much. How can I make him unhappy?" He stretched out his hand, and the water holy sword in Shun Yaohua's hand floated into the air and fell meekly into the Sky Demon's hand. The Ancestor Sky Demon stroked the sword, which flowed like autumn water, and whispered, "Not only will I not pursue your crimes, but I will also fulfill my promise to let him wake up again and let you and your wife reunite. This will also make the guilt in Sun Lang's heart dissipate." What a perfect ending. Suddenly, a teardrop rolled down Shun Yaohua's eyes. The Sky Demon was slightly unhappy. "What are you crying for?" "I am sad and in pain for what is about to happen." Shun Yaohua said slowly, "This is not a perfect ending. Even if you resurrect him, it is not to fulfill your promise, but to restrain or even coerce Sun Lang. And even if my husband is resurrected and sees the current situation, he will not feel happy. Instead, he will be in pain. I am his wife. How can I not be sad when I think that he will have to face such a situation when he reopens his eyes?" "You are really smart, but you can keep these words to yourself." The Sky Demon's tone became a little sunran. There is no absolute perfection in this world, only relative perfection. Everyone has to make a choice, or accept fate calmly when it comes. You see, even someone as strong as Sun Lang has to make a choice in the situation I have carefully arranged. For the sake of the people he cares about, he has to compromise. You see, I have achieved a great victory, but I still have to rack my brains and worry about Sun Lang, the only variable. He said coldly. And for the two of you, reuniting as husband and wife is already the best result. The other sadness and pain can be gradually dissipated and let go through the long years of loving each other. Time is the best medicine. There will be a day when Sun Lang will let go, and I will let go as well. We will set our sights on a further future. Shen Yaohua shook her head. I don't think so. The sky demon raised his eyebrows. What? The wife's tone was calm but certain, as if she was making a prophecy. I said that neither of you will let go. The sky demon's expression changed slightly. My husband said that to judge a person, you can't judge them by what they say, but by what they do. You promised Sun Lang a bright and peaceful future. Your words were sincere, but what did you do to the sword spirit of the Hoda sword? What did you do to Sun Lang? What did you do for the sake of freedom over the past few hundred years? Even I have some doubts when I hear your words. Do you think Sun Lang will believe everything you say? The sky demon's expression darkened. As for Sun Lang, Shen Yaohua continued to speak, ignoring the sky demon's faint anger. When she talked about Sun Lang, a complicated expression appeared on her face. It was both proud and sad. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "He will not wallow in the mire with you. Heroes may be confused for a moment, but they will never be unable to distinguish right from wrong." The sky demon was startled at first, but then he laughed mockingly. Right from wrong? He shook his head and said, I thought that as an intelligent woman, you must have a good opinion when you came to me. I didn't expect you to say such crude words. I didn't expect you to be so boring and naive. I can only say that you know nothing about Sun Lang. The progenitor heavenly demon said with a straight face. I can only say that you know nothing about Sun Lang. He is a rare genius, an unparalleled, one-of-a-kind talent, even a great hero. But he is not your hero. His appearance in this world is due to an amazing coincidence. From the beginning to the end, he has no responsibility for this world. Instead, this world owes him a lot. The hero you speak of has no moral burden. He does not have inexplicable persistence and integrity, and he does not have any loyalty or obsession to this country. In his eyes, I am no different from Li Guangyuan. His moral outlook may care about the well-being of the people. In this regard, I will do better than Li Guangyuan. This is the basis on which I can reach a consensus with him. And you know nothing about this. So, do you understand? If you're counting on a hero to stand up for this country and stop me, then you can give up. Sun Lang will not come, because he has no reason to fight for you. Compared to the so-called country and the orthodoxy of the country, he cares more about the happiness of a part of it. And you actually put your last hope on Sun Lang. How ridiculous and sad. He shook his head slightly with contempt and contempt. Human beings were sometimes so sad that they were hopeless. So, is this your purpose? It was Shen Yaohua who asked calmly. The sky demon's eyes narrowed. What did you say? The woman said softly, You know Sun Lang very well. You gave him a multiple-choice question with only one answer. You calculated his weakness and obsession, so you forced him to compromise. He made a choice. He sacrificed himself to protect those he wanted to protect, but those people may not understand. Even if they understand, they may not accept it. Sun Lang has no obsession with this country, but those people do. Over time, there will be a rift in their hearts, and it is only a matter of time before they part ways. In this way, Sun Lang's spiritual defense will inevitably be shaken. Guilt and anger will be intertwined, and there will be the depression of not being understood. He will inevitably be far away from his old friends. Even if my husband comes back to life, he will not have the face to see him. When his heart is filled with hesitation and confusion, his sword will inevitably be covered with dust. Shen Yaohua stared at the extraterrestrial demon. And this is your chance. How could a scheming and narrow-minded extraterrestrial demon like you allow Sun Lang to become a sword that hangs over your head at all times? You'll definitely think of a way to get rid of him. You probably set up a vicious scheme against him a long time ago. The sky demon of the Yuan ancestor was furious. He raised his hand, but changed his mind at the moment when it fell. Interesting, interesting. You are really an interesting woman. He was so angry that he laughed, and there was a trace of coldness in his tone. Are you trying to provoke me so that I will kill you and strengthen Sun Lang's determination to fight? It's really wishful thinking. The reason why an open conspiracy is an open conspiracy is that the target knows that it is a trap, but he still has to pinch his nose and step into it. Even if Sun Lang is suspicious of my words, for the sake of those women and the group of people in the hall, he has to pretend to be polite with me first. You are wrong about two things. Even in the face of the sky demon's monstrous ferocity and murderous aura, Shen Yaohua still straightened her back. As the only sober human being present, she guarded the dignity of human beings. She slowly said, "First, I don't want to provoke you to kill me. I don't want to die. I want to stand here alive, witness what is about to happen, and witness your defeat. Second." Shen Yaohua's tone was very firm, as if she was describing the truth of the world. Sun Lang's fighting spirit does not need me to inspire, because a hero is a hero no matter where he is. The sky demon of the Yuan ancestor sneered. Are you so sure? Shen Yaohua smiled. This was her most brilliant smile that came from the bottom of her heart. However, this smile contained not only sweet joy, but also melancholy and sorrow. However, it was clear that the power that supported her to stand there and speak so confidently to the world's most terrifying demon king came from the thing behind this smile. The sky demon saw this and looked thoughtful, but the next moment, his face completely darkened. Looking back, a person was strolling over. Sun Lang. The sky demon of a Yuan ancestor's tone was neither sad nor happy, so calm that it was frightening. Sun Lang waved, showing his teeth, and smiled brilliantly. Hey, I'm here to clear the main line. The sky demon was silent, and then squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What's wrong with you? Sun Lang said as he walked. That woman is dead. That woman? The sky demon of the Yuan ancestor was stunned at first, and then the image of Empress Tensei appeared in his mind. Why did it have to be her? Almost instantly, his vigilance and alertness were raised to the highest level. Under the calm appearance, the magnificent and terrible power began to slowly flow and surge, and he entered the state of battle at the fastest speed. But even so, he still held on to the last glimmer of hope in his heart, and he still made a final effort with his mouth. So, you want to put more people in danger for a woman who betrayed and hurt you, and fight a war where both of us will suffer great losses? No. Well, I admit that this is one of the important reasons, but it's not just that. Sun Lang pondered for a moment and finally waved his hand. Forget it. It's very complicated. Even if I explain it to you seriously, I'm afraid you won't understand. In the long years of imprisonment, you learn conspiracy, learn tricks, learn deceit, learn betrayal, but you are still a sky demon. Although these dark and insidious tricks come from the human heart, they're not all of human beings. You still don't understand human beings. And this is the reason for your defeat. He whispered, remember this sentence well. Focus on the key points. It's going to be tested. The sky demon frowned. He did not understand what Sun Lang was talking about. Was he deliberately mystifying, or did he really have a deep meaning? What on earth made him decide to go all out and fight? He could not understand, and he could not guess. But, in fact, it did not matter. The sky demon of the Yuan ancestor suddenly laughed. Sure enough, it's still like this. He suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the ground, and an extremely terrifying aura shrouded and suppressed the entire imperial city. The terrible sky demon, who had changed the fate of the entire human race hundreds of years ago, released a high-spirited and violent aura. He was once the most deadly enemy of all human beings, and of course he was still one now. In this sweeping, bone-chilling wind, the sky demon's voice could be clearly heard, and it rumbled in everyone's ears. I have endured and planned for hundreds of years. In the endless waiting and dormancy, I have seized the dawn of victory. Step by step, I have planned out strategies. Every move has been considered thousands of times, and the development of every link has to be weighed left and right to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Midway, I have experienced setbacks and variables, and finally grasped the fruit of victory in my hands, seized this country, and completed the first step of my revenge. The Hutu's sacred sword floated in front of him, blooming with an unprecedented bright light. He was the real master of the Hutu sacred sword. After getting rid of the sword spirit, he had mastered all the power of this sacred weapon. Everything is going according to my plan. I used the souls of my people to occupy the bodies of the warriors of the Imperial Army, captured the elites of the upper class of the capital, suppressed the stupid and lamentable human race emperor, ambushed for 100 years, and used the countermeasure of the Hutu sages to get rid of the sword spirit that imprisoned me. From then on, I gained complete freedom, began a new great journey, and realized greater and further ambitions. All these developments are within my expectations. I should be infinitely happy and satisfied, but I always feel that he reached out and grabbed, and the sacred sword flipped over in his hand. The fierce sword cheese soared into the sky, blowing away all the remaining clouds in the sky. The rolling thunder of the sky demon of the Yuan ancestor shook the earth. I always feel that until now, it's still too little. Point. What? Ah. Before being a politician, he was first a soldier. Before being a wise man, he was first a warrior. Even if he had learned to endure and trick over the long years, his essence had never changed. Sun Lang, he said sternly, in that case, let's go all out and fight. The fruits of victory won't make me feel completely at ease. Only a victory won by the sword is a true victory, and only then will it leave me with a sweet aftertaste. All the momentum and pressure were released without reservation, and the sword saints could not help but retreat. Even if he controlled Li Guangyuan's old body, the Yuan ancestor sky demon still showed the power that was close to the demon god. No one could get close to him under this earth-shattering aura. Only Sun Lang faced this fierce edge. Chapter 12:08. The Sky Demon, who was exuding boundless power, raised the sword of the earth. His eyes shone with a blazing blue flame. Almost all the living creatures in the capital felt a great fear, even if this was just the aftermath of his power. The Sky Demon whispered, Sun Lang, I'm very disappointed, but I'm also very curious. The battle did not start immediately. Perhaps the Sky Demon was still hoping for a fluke, because the price of this battle was too high, or perhaps the battle had already begun. Using words to attack and shake the opponent's mental defenses was also a part of battle. Sun Lang said indifferently, You're disappointed because I rejected your proposal and forced you into a passive situation where you have to fight. You're curious because you're curious about where I have the confidence to attack you in this situation. The Sky Demon sighed. That's right. The Imperial Army warriors in the capital have all been wiped out. Pongji and the others are still in the Golden Palace. As long as I give the order, they will all be beheaded. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to save a single person. Don't you care about this? Sun Lang raised his hand and said, Then please. The Sky Demon's eyes flashed, but he did not reply. Sun Lang tilted his head and said, Are you afraid? Are you hesitating? Are you hesitating? The flames on the Sky Demon's body subsided a little, and he said frankly, Yes, because humans are the most difficult creatures to predict. I thought that you would be worried about the safety of these people more than the country. So I negotiated with you. However, when we were negotiating just now, I carefully controlled the scale and would not use these people's lives as a bargaining chip. I even deliberately weakened them, and I would not use these people to force you to surrender because I knew that you would be ruthless. Once you decided to abandon these people's lives, then my greatest reliance would be declared ineffective. You would definitely become my most terrifying nightmare and enemy. I was so careful, but I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to take this step. When you came in front of me, I knew that this battle was unavoidable. The lives of Pongji and the others are no longer your concern and obstacle. You must have made your preparations. He stared at Sun Lang and said in a deep voice, "So I want to know what kind of preparations you've made. Are you prepared to sacrifice these people, or something else? Are you willing to make such a huge sacrifice for the so-called human race? If that's the case, I can tell you that I won't lose." At this point, the Sky Demon repeated, "I won't lose. I'll return this sentence to you. Remember, this sentence is a test." Sun Lang just smiled. "So why haven't you made your move yet?" The Sky Demon was startled. "You should immediately order the execution of Pongji and the others, but you're still talking here instead of taking action. I'll return the same method to you. Now it's time for you to make a choice. You should understand that it's useless to kill one person to threaten me. For me, it's the same whether one person dies or 100 people dies." He reached out and pointed at the Sky Demon. "Come on, give the order to execute them. Then we'll raise the capital to the ground and kill all the Sky Demon. We'll turn your hundreds of years of painstaking effort and waiting into nothing." The Sky Demon sneered. "Threatening me in turn? Is this your plan?" Sun Lang Jr. said indifferently, "Of course not. A victory won by appeasement and compromise is not a real victory. I understand this, and so do you. But appeasement and compromise can be exchanged for enough time and space to wait for the real decisive battle." The Sky Demon Jr. shook his head and said, "It's not that you don't understand this, but you still made a stupid decision. Who gave you the will to fight? It didn't have to be like this. Was it those women?" Sun Lang Jr. smiled. He shook his head, looking very disappointed. The Sky Demon Jr. said coldly, "What? Am I wrong? This is what I said. You've learned conspiracy, learned tricks, learned to speculate about people with malice, learned to recognize and make use of the darkness in the depths of the human soul. But that's not all of human beings. You still don't understand human beings." Sun Lang Jr. said softly, "Why do you think that I can only draw the power of fighting from others? It seems that after 3 years, you've forgotten my original appearance." The Sky Demon Jr. eyes flashed, and his voice became more and more sarcastic. "Ah, so it's this familiar stupid appearance. You've become as naive and ridiculous as before. A dog can't change its habit. No, it's not the same. Now I'm no one's puppet. I make decisions based on my own will." Sun Lang Jr. eyes flashed, and he said slowly, "Brother Jean saved me from the great desolate mountain with his life. Old man Bai apologized for being late before he died. Old Madam helped me untie the knot in my heart. I've carried the lives of these people to this place. Do you think I'll do something that will disappoint them? This is where you're pitiful." The Sky Demon Sunran Jr. said, "Persisting in comforting the dead will only lead to the deaths of more people who are still alive. Today, your choice will lead to the deaths of many, many people. Those stupid women who instigated you will pay a heavy price." "They're not stupid women." Sun Lang Jr. put on a warm smile. "They didn't instigate me. They were only encouraging me. Before, I was caught in a huge dilemma. I was afraid of loss and loneliness. I told them that I was sorry. Even if there was such a risk, I couldn't just walk away and let this country dance under the Sky Demon scheme. It wasn't the sacrifice of some people or the shackles of the so-called sense of justice that made me come up with such an idea. It was the feelings that arose spontaneously in my heart. It was an idea that came naturally after all the years that I've been on my way to this place. Because in such a situation, Ping Dao, Kong Zhongwu, Bai Yue, Old Madam, and that woman wouldn't flinch. All the people who sacrificed themselves in the War of Heaven's origin and died by my side and in front of me wouldn't flinch, let alone me. They said that it didn't matter. They were so happy that they even cried. It wasn't because they were happy that this country would be saved, but because they were happy that I finally understood what I had to do. In the face of a great enemy, this choice might lead to a sad and bloody future. However, Sun Lang Jr.'s expression became more and more peaceful, full of calmness and power. So, do you roughly understand? After he said that, he couldn't help but laugh. No, you probably don't understand such a complicated thing. Indeed, I don't understand. I don't understand the complicated and ridiculous way of thinking of humans. However, I do understand one thing. The sky demon Sun Ran said, "You made me lose my last hope and destroyed Pongji and the others' chances of survival. Do you really think that I don't dare to do it? Sun Lang, my awareness and decisiveness are no worse than yours." Blue flames flashed in his eyes. He was about to give the order. Sun Lang Jr. raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." The Sky Demon Jr. showed a cruel smile. His spiritual energy sent out a signal of execution. The Hota Divine Sword surged with an invincible sword aura and shot towards Sun Lang Jr. angrily. "You're really impatient. However, there's enough time." Sun Lang Jr. sighed. Another sword aura that was no less powerful than the Sky Demon Jr. brazenly met the attack. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. Everything was silent. The two terrifying forces collided with each other. A huge shock wave set off endless waves of air. The entire Imperial city shook. The Sky Demon Jr., who had possessed the officials, were keeping Pongji and the others in custody. They sensed a message from the ancestor Sky Demon. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and prepared to take the lives of these hostages. However, in the next moment, a terrifying mental attack exploded in their minds simultaneously. All the heavenly demons who had taken over their bodies covered their heads as an unbearable pain engulfed their souls. It was a shock that came from their very source, the foundation of their existence. In the sky above the Imperial city, the Sky Demon's angry voice rang out. "What are you doing? Can you finish listening to my explanation now? You're so naughty." Compared with the Sky Demon's angry voice, Sun Lang Jr.'s tone was obviously much calmer. "Even if I'm determined to fight with you, a strategy is necessary. It's reckless to charge in blindly. Through my previous inquiries and observations, I discovered something. When the sword seal was activated and the mighty spiritual attack descended, the sword of Hutu suffered an unprecedented shock. All the sky demons lost the ability to move because all the Imperial army came from you. The possession of the Sky Demon Jr. is also closely related to the sword of Hutu, right? That is to say, if a spiritual attack of the same scale as before is gathered again, it can still cause the same effect. However, the sword seal has been destroyed. I don't know if this was the original design or your doing, but even so, I have a better choice. Through the traces left on the ashes of the armor and the lingering spiritual shockwave that still lingers here, I can roughly deduce the loopholes that the sages of the Earth Huda left on the back of the Earth Sword. This is very difficult for others, but it only requires a little time for me. This is because I have a part of the back of the Earth Sword. This is because I have once been to that sword. Little brother, this is the cause you planted." The air waves in the sky dispersed, and the dust settled, revealing the figures of Sun Lang and the Sky Demon. Sun Lang clamped down on the blade of the sword of Hutu with his bare hands. He looked at the Sky Demon, who was close at hand, and revealed a faint smile. Revisiting an old place, he said, "Let us finish the unfinished battle. Let us reenact the battle from 3 years ago." A blazing light lit up in Sun Lang's eyes. His spiritual power surged endlessly into the sword of Hutu, turning the world and the sword upside down and bombarding all the souls that had possessed the Sky Demon. "Fool! Fool!" The holy swords of wood and fire shot out and instantly entered the body of the heavenly demon. Bolstered by the spiritual power of the two sword spirits, the progenitor heavenly demon's eyes blazed as it let out an earth-shattering roar. "You're the one who delivered yourself to me. Do you think you can win again today, just because you won once 3 years ago?" "I'm not sure. I just want to take a gamble," Sun Lang said softly. "I bet that even if the ancestors of the Empire from hundreds of years ago had set up an ambush against the sword spirits, they would not be willing to completely give up the Imperial army. Then, they would do their best. After all, heroes sometimes have to pay some small sacrifices. He turned his head to look at the world, then smiled and said, "I'm ready. Let's begin." Then his eyes completely dimmed, and his soul was completely invested in the swords. Below, the fierce turbulence in the sacred swords tore the souls of every sky demon, leaving them with no time to care about anything else. However, the sword spirits of the sacred swords of Sun and sacred swords of Tain were still able to move. They looked at each other, and the sacred swords attacked at the same time. The sharp sword light attacked Sun Lang, who was in a deadlock with the sky demon. As they attacked, they were even more wary of Shan Yaohua, who was standing on the other side, in case this woman suddenly came to Sun Lang's aid. However, the wife just stood there, her eyes flashing, and she did nothing. At this moment, an incandescent sword light flashed from the other side of the imperial palace. The sharp golden sword energy suddenly cut across, blocking the two fatal sword lights. Zhao Yunlong, who was holding the golden sacred sword, turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards the two sword spirits. Lu Shuzhen and Princess Pingyang followed closely behind. Zhang Yinluo and Courier launched artillery attacks from afar, and most of their attention was focused on Shen Yaohua. Just now, Shen Yaohua did not make a move to stop them, and they all saw it clearly. Shen Yaohua still stood there silently, as if she did not care about any of the changes. Everyone present was on guard against her. No one knew her true position, and no one knew what she wanted to do. In other words, in this world, only a dead person knew her purpose. Shen Yaohua stretched out her palm, and a stone turned from illusion to reality, flying in the air above her palm. This stone could only take effect once, and then it would be a fake image. However, the real content only needed to be seen once, and it was deeply rooted in her mind. She recalled it for more than 1,000 days and nights without any mistake. She raised her head and looked at the scene in front of her. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but there were tears in her eyes. She raised her head, as if she was looking for something, but she knew it was futile. But it was not completely futile because he must have seen it. Her husband's last words rang in her ears again, like an illusion, but also like a real existence. At this moment, time and space overlapped, as if her husband had possessed her body and was with her. She remembered those words clearly, and there was not a single word wrong. She gently opened her cherry lips and silently recited, keeping in sync with the sound in her ears. Those were the last words her husband left for her. "Yaohua, you may not know, but since I was born, I have been able to see some unusual visions and dream of some strange and variegated dreams. Mother said that I was born extraordinary and was favored by the heavens. She hoped that I would become a hero that would bring glory to our family. But what I did not want her to know was that I was always watched by someone, and that person was not a merciful God, but a nightmare that terrified me. Yaohua, I once had a very, very long dream many times. I dreamt that I had long died, but I was still able to gaze at the same sky as Aing. In my dream, there was a heavenly devil. He became the emperor, and you were here, right beside him. I have a premonition that this is my destiny. My life will stop here, but my vision transcends even further time and arrives at that time and place. If this is all destined, then I hope that the troubles and nightmares that have haunted me all my life can be put to good use according to my will. I want to entrust my last will and persistence to you and project it on you, because I want to help Ing and not be helped by him. I want to protect him and not be protected by him, even if it is just once. Chapter 1209. Here was a wasteland. The barren land was full of devastation. It seemed that not long ago, there had been an earth-shattering battle. The ground was covered with crisscrossing gullies. The ground was full of swords, spears, and halberds. The sky was the color of blood, and there was no living thing in the endless plains. The whole world was wailing. Sun Lang descended from the sky. His toes touched the ground, and his whole body slowly landed. He looked around the world and said slowly, "It's really a place full of memories." This was the spiritual world of the Hutu Holy Sword. 3 years ago, he was trapped here and had a life and death battle with an unimaginably strong enemy. This devastated land was the mark left behind. In a flash, it had been 3 years. A bright electric snake flashed across the sky. With the explosion of thunder, a figure full of oppression descended from the sky, setting off a violent explosion and a large amount of dust. A sky demon came out. His eyes flashed with flames comparable to stars, and his body was covered with runes and shining golden armor. His appearance was very different from human beings, but any intelligent creature who saw him would involuntarily have a sense of submission and awe. That was the instinct of living creatures, the fear of more powerful beings. Sun Lang pointed at him. "I have to say, you look much better than Li Guangyuan now." The ancestor sky demon strode towards Sun Lang, and every step could cause the earth to shake violently. He was almost the center of the world, the sun of this barren world. His every move emitted endless light and heat. He looked straight at Sun Lang, and a huge sense of oppression squeezed in from all directions, omnipresent. "Let's start," he said in a deep voice. "The battle is not over yet. Before that, let's talk again." Sun Lang raised his hand to stop him and looked around. "By the way, is there not even one spectator for the boss battle that represents the highest level of this planet?" The ancestor sky demon stopped. There was a strange grin at the corner of his mouth. "Who are you looking for?" "The heroic souls of Hutu who have dedicated their last souls and lives to the Holy Sword and stationed here for hundreds of years have all been slaughtered by you. There are no living souls in this sword world anymore." "Who are you looking for?" Sun Lang was stunned. With a loud noise, the sky demon, the ancestor of the origin, stepped on the ground that exploded and collapsed in an instant and rushed towards Sun Lang. In a battle between the strong, there was only one line. Taking advantage of the moment when Sun Lang was distracted, the sky demon gained a momentary advantage. For slender and thick blue fingers pressed down on Sun Lang's head and slammed him to the ground. It let out an earth-shattering roar, pressing down on Sun Lang's head and rushing forward. It drew a deep gully on the ground and even burst out fierce sparks. Gravel and soil splashed in all directions, and there was a trace of heat in the gully. The ancestor sky demon roared happily and let out a tyrannical roar. But this roar was only halfway out before it was stuck in its throat. This was because Sun Lang had bent his elbow and slammed it into the ground. The destructive recoil swept over, even stopping the heavenly demon's charge and throwing the two of them high into the sky. Sun Lang's right hand hooked and locked onto the heavenly demon's right arm. With a forceful twist, he broke free from the heavenly demon's grip. His left fist, which had been accumulating power for a long time, fiercely punched towards the heavenly demon's face. The white mist-like sonic boom extended from his left arm. With a loud bang, the heavenly demon's figure streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. Sun Lang streaked across the sky and arrived in the blink of an eye, catching up with his right fist. With another loud noise, the sky demon's figure fell to the ground like a meteorite. The angry figure smashed the peak of a mountain, and the broken boulders rolled down. Sun Lang suddenly swooped down, sweeping away the similarly splashing boulders, and met the attack head-on. The two's fists met in the air, and the ground under their feet suddenly collapsed. The dense spiderweb cracks radiated outward, and finally expanded into a small basin with a diameter of several kilometers. The aftermath of the battle unscrupulously spread out. Not bad. The two's wrists collided, and their bodies were in a stalemate. The burning blue eyes and the calm black eyes looked at each other, and Sun Lang smiled. "You're much stronger than 3 years ago," the sky demon said in a deep voice. "Because of your foolishness, I gained a huge advantage. This is a confrontation in the spiritual world. Li Guangyuan's old body can no longer restrict my power. Sun Lang, 3 years ago, I lost to you because I separated 6 children from my soul and you swallow the Guardian army station here, obtaining their combat skills and everything. But now, I have gathered the power of Zhurong and Gomong. If necessary, the power of Fusong and Qian. I can also, Sun Lang said with a smile, if you absorb the sword spirits of the sun and the moon, you won't have any soldiers outside. Be careful not to be hacked to death. The Sky Demon replied with a ferocious smile. Zhao Yunlong with a half-baked gold brilliant sacred sword, plus 2 mortals with the power of the sacred sword, and a leaf fire armor. Do you think you can win against the 2 sword masters of the moon and the sun with these small fries? They know all the combat skills and experience of the Wei siblings, and they know how to control the sacred sword better than them. He said gloomily, Sun Lang, Fusong, and Qian will kill everyone you care about. Today, no one who steps into the palace will live. I will make you lose everything and regret it. You took the initiative to step into the world of the sword. It's so stupid that I want to laugh out loud. The soul flames in the Sky Demon's eyes were more and more blazing, revealing a brutality that could obliterate everything. He said gloomily, the backup plan of the sages of Hutu? Idiot, you bet right. Of course, they're not willing to give up the Imperial Army just like that. After taking care of the sword spirits, of course, they will find a way to create new sword spirits. All of this requires the help of the heroic spirits of Hutu who have been sacrificing themselves and returning to the sword for hundreds of years. But those people were all killed by you 3 years ago. I'll return the same words to you. This is the cause that you planted yourself. The 2 of them almost jumped up, blocked, and punched out almost at the same time. The crisscrossing fists turned into a dazzling, illusionary image, and the dense explosions converged into a series of continuous roars until the punch that contained the supreme power separated them. The powerful impact pushed the 2 of them back. They stood firm and looked at each other from afar. Their eyes were like lightning. The Sky Demon grinned hideously. After killing those idiots, Fusong and Qian will come in to help me. I will make you feel despair little by little. Right, there's also my dearest son, Brother Jean, whom you still can't let go of. When he sees you again, what will happen? As soon as his voice faded, Sun Lang's vigorous anger immediately turned into an earth-shaking power. The terrible sky of the desolate world was even distorted by this power. Carrying the abundant killing intent, it pressed down on the gloomy sky. You won't have the chance to know. Sun Lang grabbed the heavenly demon puppet by the waist and slammed him down with a punch, deeply imprinting him into the ground. The boundless power tore a huge crack in the ground. I will win against you again. No, I will not lose this time. The Sky Demon suddenly struggled, and the sudden burst of power threw the surrounding soil and stones into the sky. He slammed his body, holding Sun Lang, and madly rushed all the way into a mountain. The 2 of them rolled and fought in the broken belly of the mountain. Every punch set off an intense earthquake. It was like a battle between gods. I will win. I will never lose to a human again. The heavenly demon pulled up the thick and heavy stone pillar from the ground and smashed it towards Sun Lang's chest. The solid boulder cracked, but he still grabbed the remaining part and smashed it towards Sun Lang's head. As he smashed it, he roared crazily, "You've brought about your own destruction by stepping into this place, so you can stay here forever. This sword is the origin of your journey, and it will be your burial place. It can't be better. Li Guangyuan's body is old and useless. Sun Lang, your body is mine." Sun Lang rammed his head against the rock, shattering it into pieces. He was so excited that he raised his hand to press against the heavenly demon's head and rammed it against the other's head again. Staring at the blazing blue flame, he revealed an unbridled smile. "Don't even think about it. If I can't get out, you'll have to stay here too." The sun and moon shone, and the stars retreated. One sword light was as bright as the sun, while the other was as bright as the moon. The 2 complemented each other and complemented each other. The 2 sword saints worked together and relied on their combined sword techniques to create an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. This was originally the Sky Demon's nightmare. Now, the ones bearing the brunt of this attack were the humans who were struggling bitterly. Zhao Yunlong groaned and was thrown back involuntarily. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and the Golden Glory sacred sword in his hand trembled. She was not the true owner of the Golden Glory sacred sword, and could only barely use the power of the sacred sword. Lu Shujin had the power of K2, and Ping Yang had been taught by the Sky Demon. Although the two of them had the aptitude of a sword saint, they did not have the weapons of a sword saint, and could not directly face the brilliance of the Sun-Moon dual swords. When the two sword spirits attacked together, Zhao Yunlong could hold the sacred sword in his hand and slash at them. Lu Shujin and Ping Yang could only helplessly retreat. As a result, most of the pressure was concentrated on Zhao Yunlong. How could he resist the combined attack of the Sun-Moon dual sword saints with a Golden Glory sacred sword that could not display its full power? Zhao Yunlong was under more and more pressure. This was a fierce battle he had never encountered before. As for Courier and Zhang Yinluo in the distance, the Leaf Fire battle armor's battlefield position was very different from that of the Earth Goddess. In a battle of this level, the Blazing Angel's mobility and firepower advantage were completely useless. Moreover, there was also Shen Yaohua, whose stance was unclear. No one could guarantee that this woman would not swing her sword at them. The situation had reached an extreme point of crisis. Yinluo raised her spear and aimed at the Sun-Moon sword saints, sweat beading on her cheeks. When facing a sword saint-level enemy, the flaming sun armor and its equipment were no longer useful. The heavy armor could not keep up with her mind, and the inferior firepower could not match her judgment. She could no longer participate in this battle, unless she clenched her teeth and said, "Courier, I want to use that blazing angel." Sun Lang had seized a mysterious blazing angel in Ming Province. It was not recorded in the Leaf Fire scripture, and it was strange in every way. For safety reasons, Sun Lang did not allow Yinluo to use it unless it was an emergency. And this was an emergency. Courier hesitated, but Yinluo decisively said, "No buts. If this continues, we're going to lose." Mao Mei was still hesitant. She slowly said, "Zhao Yunlong told me in private that Sun Lang cannot lose you." "No, she's wrong." The face hidden under the armor was silent for a moment, then revealed a bright and beautiful smile. "You've all underestimated Sun Lang. The current Sun Lang will mourn for everyone he's lost, but he won't fall because of anyone's death. Perhaps no one has realized it, and even he hasn't realized it himself. But the current him can already rely on his own independent will to embrace this world." She softly said, "He has never changed." Courier was still hesitating, but from the corner of his eye, he saw Shen Yaohua slowly walk towards Sun Lang and the Emperor, step by step. Yinluo also noticed this. She sternly said, "Now." No one knew Shen Yaohua's motives. They had to be prepared for the worst. Courier gritted his teeth and activated the awakening part of the Seraph's mutual communication system. In Shinto Province, the gorgeously fire armor soared into the sky like a steel phoenix, spreading its wings and swooping down from the sky into the imperial palace. Yinluo automatically broke out of the armor. Stepping on the heavy armor, she soared into the sky. The armor that swooped down opened on its own, like layers of blooming steel brilliance, enveloping her within, transforming, reassembling, extending, and twisting. The huge war puppet transformed into a human form. In the cockpit, strange words flashed in front of Yinluo's eyes. She felt her senses spreading. In an instant, she seemed to understand many things. This ultimate killing machine became an extension of her flesh and blood. An indescribable feeling flowed through her heart. A hurried and heavy cry for help sounded in her ears. "Save me. Let Sun Lang save me." Chapter 12:10. Save me. Get Sun Lang to save me. This voice was heavy and obscure. It was impossible to imagine who it came from, but for some reason, Inluo felt that it was extremely familiar, as if she had long since recognized the owner of this voice. The most important thing was that the cry for help was in the Slaro language. Inluo was shocked to hear such a voice from within the blazing angel armor. Then she asked, "Who are you?" The voice did not answer. Instead, it said hurriedly, "Time." There's not much time left. Inluo wanted to ask more, but she saw the mysterious text in her vision suddenly glow. Her vision blurred, and her consciousness sank into the boundless and empty sea. Images from thousands of miles away appeared like a merry-go-round. She saw the familiar military situation, the steel flood that covered the mountains and plains. Iron and fire intertwined. The cold and cruel war machines let out the screams of death. The mighty Allied army crossed the boundless plains. She saw the long-planned conspiracy, the smoke of war and endless bloodshed. War and death rode on terrifying war horses and were about to wreak havoc on this land. Inluo could not help but cry out in surprise. Her eyes suddenly widened. Her back was already soaked in sweat. Courier's hurried shout came in her ears. "Akiro!" Inluo came back to her senses and found that her hands were trembling. She tried her best to calm her surging emotions, but she still could not hide the wavering in her voice. "Courier, we're going." Maomei shouted. "Wait a minute. What happened to you just now? Are you okay now?" Inluo didn't reply. She breathed heavily, and the narrow cockpit reverberated with the sound of her breathing. She tried her best to break free from her helplessness and panic, because in this kind of situation, being at a loss was too extravagant. Everyone was fighting, and she couldn't rely on anyone. "Listen, Courier." She found that her voice was calmer than she had imagined. Perhaps she had been mentally prepared for all of this when she saw the suspicious documents in the Fire Embassy. "News of the invasion has been confirmed," she said in a deep voice. "A mysterious voice asked me for help. Now let me see a video. Fire and Sharp Metal have already formed a huge allied army and crossed the Great Plains of Palia. I saw the numbers of at least 3 armies of the Holy Church and recognized the flag of the Yura army of the country of Sharp Metal." There was a moment of silence in the short-distance communication channel. Then, Courier lost control and exclaimed, "That's impossible. How could the Church start a war so easily?" The Divine Emperor was a calm and wise sovereign, and the cardinals were not all muddle-headed. They should have understood the military strength of the Huda Empire. Even though the capital has suffered such a calamity, the armies of the 9 provinces have maintained the strength and organization they had during the Celestial War. Looking at the dilapidated royal palace, Inluo said in surprise, "Before this, would you have believed that the Sky Demon in the Imperial Army had wiped out all the elite warriors in the capital of Huda Earth, and that the center of the court had been wiped out?" Courier was dazed at first. Then he asked in horror, "Are you saying that St. Yuri Castle is also—" "I don't know." Inluo gnashed his teeth. "I only know that we have to win. If we don't get the result we wanted, half of the world will be drowned in flames. Countless people will die. The peace and stability brought by the Celestial War will wither forever. Courier, your burden has been doubled. We have to stop the war." Maomei was still in a state of extreme shock. Even though she was mentally prepared, when the exact truth was revealed, Blazing Angel's mind was still in a mess. If this war involved both Hutu and Lihua, what should she do? She murmured, "Even if you say so." Inluo had already rushed forward on the Seraph. Pushing forward with bright flames, the weapon modules on her shoulders, arms, and waist were all opened. Inluo's voice came over through the loudspeaker. She shouted, "Stop!" She was talking to Xinyaohua. Zhao Yunlong, Lu Shujin, and Princess Pingyang were struggling under the combination of the swords of the sun and the moon. The Seraph's advantage in firepower could not play a big role in such a battle between top warriors. Sun Lang and the Sky Demon were caught in a mental confrontation, and Shun Yaohua was the biggest variable. No matter which side she helped, the scales of victory and defeat would change drastically. If she doesn't stop, I'll kill her. Such a thought popped up in Inluo's head. There was no time to hesitate, and there was no need to be kind. She knew exactly what she should do. Perhaps the thought of hesitation would mean that countless people would lose their lives. Killing was actually not very difficult for Luo. She was actually very good at making certain choices. But she was not too sure. She was not sure of Xin Yaohua's true motives. She always felt that this woman did not have any evil intentions towards Sun Lang. She was hiding her own motives, but these motives were not evil. She had this premonition. But why didn't she say it? She shouted, "Xin Yaohua, stop!" Xin Yaohua only turned around to glance at her, smiled, and then continued forward. Luo suddenly pulled the trigger. The bullet wrapped in flames broke through the air under the effect of the explosive propulsion, hitting Xin Yaohua's thigh. The sharp sound of the explosion approached from afar. The bullet only needed an instant to fly, but Xin Yaohua did not block or dodge. The bullet was bound by an invisible force and bounced off. An invisible energy field silently enveloped her. Courier was startled. "What is this?" "This is Sun Lang and the Sky Demon's protective aura. They are the most powerful creatures on this planet. Even if their souls are submerged in the sea of consciousness, their cultivation can still operate on its own to defend against attacks." Luo quickly explained. Then she pulled out the power axe, and the jet spat out powerful flames, driving her to chase after Xin Yaohua. "Stop! Don't worry about that girl. She should be the one chosen by Aang. I used to think that he would choose His Highness Empress. Let's keep moving forward." The recitation in her heart almost merged with the auditory hallucinations in her ears. This was what her husband had told her in the stone. After thousands of recitations and memories, everything was incomparably deep. Everything that happened along the way was exactly as her husband had described. Every detail was exactly the same. She acted according to her husband's will. It felt like her husband was still by her side, guiding her step by step. She only needed to do as he said, and there was nothing to be afraid of. From now on, count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Turn left. The dazzling great sun, sword chi brushed past his body. Her husband's laughter seemed to ring in her ears again. Well done. It really felt like he had been by her side, encouraging and appreciating her. Next, the sword spirit will be stupid. Then she heard Wei Shiha, or the sword spirit Fusong, shout, "Back off, traitor. You will end up like these humans." The sword spirit Xian said angrily, "Shut up, you idiot." Luo, who was chasing after her, was stunned. Zhao Yunlong and others also looked at Xin Yaohua. The widow was still calm and collected, completing the sacred mission. She followed her husband's guidance and acted carefully. Brother Jean's dream only had fragments of the present, so, until his death, he had not revealed this to anyone. This was because he could feel that the nightmare that had shrouded his entire life was watching him all the time, and it was closer than ever before. He had no choice but to warn Sun Lang, because he was worried that it would lead to a worse outcome. In order to make the situation in the dream happen as expected, he had almost strictly planned every step of the way, as well as every contact with Sun Lang. He could not reveal his purpose. He could not do anything unnecessary. He had to rely on the Emperor, and he had to pretend to be polite with the devil. Xin Yaohua finally executed all of this perfectly. With great willpower, she overcame all the difficulties and completed the almost impossible task. Until today, the Sun and Moon Sword Sage attacked Xin Yaohua fiercely. Although he did not know what this human was planning, he must not let her get close to his father's body, even if it was only temporary. Xin Yaohua. Zhao Yunlong urged the golden sword light to attack the hearts of the two people. She shouted, "If you are on our side, kill the Emperor now." Xin Yaohua shook her head. At the same time, Courier, who was falling from the sky, raised the muzzle and aimed at the Emperor's head. "That's easy." Flames spewed out, but in the next moment, a huge sword energy counterattacked like a raging tide. Courier reacted quickly. The Seraph immediately opened its shield, but the incomparably fierce and terrifying sword energy instantly destroyed the shield that could withstand high-energy jets. The remaining power almost pierced through the Seraph's armor and threw Mao Mei far away. The two were already the most terrifying creatures on this planet. Even if they were in a confrontation in the mind space, they would not easily give others a chance to take advantage of them. The two sword spirits laughed loudly. Father is so mighty. You bunch of ants can't hurt him. Wei finishes off Sun Lang. You will all suffer a fate worse than death. Zhao Yunlong shouted. Then we will finish you first, and then slowly deal with this old thing. She shouted at Shun Yaohua. Work with us to finish off these two sky demon. Shun Yaohua still shook her head. She walked toward Sun Lang and said softly, Give me some time. Seeing this, the sword spirits attacked again. However, everyone was already prepared. They used all their strength to block the sword energy of the sun and moon. Everyone looked at Shun Yaohua with anticipation and worry in their eyes. If all of this was a trap set up by Shun Yaohua and the sword spirits, then their actions were tantamount to sending Sun Lang to his death. However, at this moment, even Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shujin, who did not believe in intuition the most, chose to believe. This was because Shun Yaohua was gently smiling in front of them. In a trance, these heroes who had participated in the Tianyuan War seemed to see the shadow of another person in her. In the end, what should we do? Shun Yaohua whispered in her heart, as if she was asking. Although she already knew the answer, she still wanted to ask in hopes of getting an answer. It was like her husband was always by her side. The gentle and warm voice immediately answered. There was a strong sense of laughter in the voice. Then instead of me, give him a hug. The crisscrossing sword energy, the two blazing angels, the three holy swords, and the 7 peerless masters who represented the most powerful forces in the world. Lu Shujin interweaved the Keita Yaohua. Princess Pingyong wielded the brilliant sword energy. Zhao Yunlong waved his sword, and the sword spirits of the sun and moon combined their swords to surround Sun Lang and Li Guangyuan. An earth-shattering melee began fiercely. In the boundless killing intent and extreme chaos, Shun Yaohua opened her arms and hugged Sun Lang, who was as silent as a statue. She was very tall, so she could rest her chin on Sun Lang's shoulder. She tightly hugged Sun Lang's waist. It was a warm and yearning hug. At this moment, it was as if her husband had come to her body. It was as if her husband's spirit had never left. Where her best friend was in a battle of souls, he appeared at the right time and became her strength. The ambush several years ago, countless nights of thinking, calmly accepting her fate, but also wanting to transcend fate to give her best friend the final help. All the preparations were for this moment. The husband and wife whispered in Sun Lang's ear at the same time. It must have been a long time. The ever-changing, bitingly cold, flowing water of worlds burst out with an azure brilliance as the obsidian power of water surged into Sun Lang's body. This power came from the water obsidian sacred sword, but it was the complete opposite of the power that Brother Jean left in Sun Lang's body 3 years ago. As soon as it entered Sun Lang's body, it resonated. The water spirit power in Sun Lang's body followed, and the two forces of the same origin, but mutually repelled each other, entangled in the repulsion and attraction. Like two swimming fish of yin and yang, they converged into a huge vortex, broke through the solid shell of the earth holy sword, and projected into the spiritual world. Chapter 12:11. Foolish beyond measure. Really foolish beyond measure. As if to accompany the sky demon's roar, the whole world was shaking. Sun Lang's figure was thrown out of a large cloud of dust and kept sliding back along the ground. The ancestor of the origin sky demon chased after him, and every time he sprinted, he threw out a heavy punch that shook the earth. He had already taken the offensive position. Look at you now. 8 years. I taught you for 8 years in vain. The sky demon punched again and again, and Sun Lang blocked silently. The two figures flew like lightning, smashing and collapsing all the mountains and hills along the way. You gave up a huge advantage and took the initiative to enter the spiritual world to be beaten. You said you wanted to save the world, but you can't save anything. The confrontation in the spiritual world was based on the soul, and the body was no longer important. The spiritual strength that the ancestor of the origin sky demon had accumulated over countless years was incomparably powerful, not to mention that he had also integrated the two sword spirits of wood and fire. Not to mention that the Hutu's sacred sword was his absolute home ground. In this battle, Sun Lang no longer had the advantage. You will witness with your own eyes the consequences of your failure. The sky demon punched again, and this time Sun Lang did not retreat. The two people's feet sank into the ground, and the whole earth became a battlefield for them to vent and control their power. The solid ground was constantly undulating like waves, and the explosive power was raging aimlessly everywhere. The ancestor of the origin sky demon stared into Sun Lang's eyes. I will listen to your wails, taste your regret, and end everything for you. You asked for it. Sun Lang's mouth outlined a sarcastic smile. I heard that professional villains will uncontrollably reveal their next plan when they think that victory is in their hands. Are you the same? Ancestor Sky Demon Sunran smiled and said, So do I. Now I understand their feelings. This is an imperfect battle. My condition is not perfect. Your condition is not perfect. I can't get enough fun from this battle itself, so I can only make up for it from you. It's too easy for you to die so easily. Let me tell you what will happen next. Sun Lang suddenly kicked him. Sorry, I don't want to hear it. You have to listen even if you don't want to. The Sky Demon raised his leg to meet Sun Lang's attack. His two legs swept together at an extremely fast speed, causing countless rocks to fly into the air. He furiously attacked Sun Lang while yelling loudly. The capital is only the beginning. Very soon, the entire Imperial Army in the Empire will awaken, and the entire upper echelon of the Empire will be wiped out by us. This country will be completely under my control. Sun Lang slid back a few meters and snorted. I've always had a question. How are you going to explain to ordinary people what you've done today? Also, do you think that by controlling all the warriors of the Imperial Army and the Empire, you can control this country? Don't underestimate the desire for power and dark thoughts of human beings. They are always unexpectedly sensitive when it comes to power. Do you think you can deceive everyone? You don't have to worry about it. The Sky Demon smiled darkly. He seemed to have been waiting for Sun Lang's words for a long time. The so-called villain would uncontrollably reveal his proud plan, which was indeed based on facts. After all, it was really silly to talk endlessly about the opponent's corpse. And the best prize was always the opponent's shocked and angry expression, which was the scene that villains wanted to see the most. It was also the scene that the Sky Demon wanted to see the most. Facing such a powerful enemy, such a peerless genius, such a lifelong enemy, only by completely destroying him and seeing his completely crumbling face would he feel the most joyful victory. You don't know, do you? It sneered. Right now, the joint army of Li Fire and Rue Metal has crossed the Great Plains of Palia and is approaching Hutu. War is always the best glue, suppressing all conflicts and covering all evils. Under the great pressure from the outside, people will ignore the subtle details, and under the great pressure from the outside, many people will also ignore the threats behind them. We will use this war to unify the empire and eliminate all threatening human individuals. We will make this country a puppet under our control forever. I will let you see it with your own eyes. The Sky Demon laughed grimly in a low voice. You will lose everything again. Sun Lang slowly exhaled. Then, there's only one answer, he said. The Sky Demon raised the corner of his eye and smiled. You will pledge your loyalty to me? This is the last time in my life that I will throw a joke to you. This is also the last time in your life that you will accept my joke. From now on, there will be no one who knows the sky like me. Sun Lang's voice was soft but firm. It is impossible to win the war. Even if we win, the revived Sky Demon will be very difficult to eliminate. This country is about to fall into chaos. There is also an enemy invasion imminent. Under such circumstances, there seems to be only one thing that I can do. He said, I will become the new sword spirit of Hutu. The Sky Demon was startled. Then he sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Lang shook his head. No, it is not a boast. As long as I want to, I can do it. It's just a small sacrifice is needed. He closed his eyes. Then, the whole world began to shake. The Sky Demon's expression suddenly changed. He immediately thought of the reason. He could not help but curse. You shameful traitor. You still want to betray me after death. Sun Lang's eyes were still closed as he slowly said, Hundreds of years ago, you died in a battle alone and entered the Holy Sword, accompanying the spirit of the sword that you had spent countless years with. Not long after, the once intimate master and servant turned against each other. You took everything from it and laid in wait for hundreds of years just to kill it. Now, its resentment is so strong that it has not dissipated. The final resistance is left to me. You have really failed in this life. The Sky Demon exploded in anger. He roared, You have not experienced what I have experienced. What right do you have to judge my choice? Sun Lang, if you were in my position, you would only be worse than me. Sun Lang opened his eyes. His huge spirit followed the guidance of the real sword spirit of Hoodoo and spread to the whole world. He looked at the Sky Demon and said calmly, No, because I am here now. I am about to become one with the Hoodoo holy sword and become the real master of this sword. You will lose control of the holy sword. Without it, it will be difficult for you to control the revived Sky Demon. Time is running out. I have already made preparations. For the people outside, I am willing to stay here forever. Then what about you? He gave the Sky Demon a calm smile. The Sky Demon was very familiar with this smile. During the Great War of Tianyuan, he had seen Sun Lang smile like this countless times. Every time he charged, every time he marched, and every time he gave a speech, this warm and firm smile was the strongest sword and shield of the 6 armies. It represented the steel-like, heroic will. That smile had once disappeared behind the Great Bear Mountain, but now it had returned. In an instant, the Sky Demon had mixed feelings. But in the next moment, endless madness and anger ruled his spiritual body. Perhaps after hundreds of years of waiting, he was no longer himself. The Sky Demon of the origin, who had once suppressed the 5 great countries by himself and died in battle, had gone crazy. That's wishful thinking. He rushed to the ground, and a brilliant and strong spirit beam spread out. He competed with Sun Lang for control of the sword world. I said that I will not lose to humans again. Listen to me. The sky was the color of rust, and black cracks appeared everywhere. Originally, it was just desolation, but now it was doomsday. The 2 great spirits launched a final battle that would not end until one of them died. The loser's fate was tragic, and the winner's fate would not be too good, but they both had to win. Sun Lang, I have been here for hundreds of years. You can't take it from me. The Sky Demon shouted. I want to destroy everything you have. I want to kill everyone you care about. This world will fall into a sea of fire, and all humans will struggle in endless pain. Sun Lang had stopped talking. He put all his energy into the fight for the Holy Sword. Although this decision was sudden, it was the only choice. Victory had a price to pay. But at this moment, there was a clap of thunder in the sky. At the same time, Sun Lang felt a very familiar power. It was the spiritual power of water that had troubled him for 3 years. He suddenly raised his head. There was a blue vortex in the sky, and a strong suction came from the sky. In an instant, he felt an irresistible force pulling his spiritual body up. It even forcibly separated the connection that had been established with the holy sword of the earth. No, it wasn't a separation. It was a replacement. This spiritual power switched places with Sun Lang. It stayed where it was and lifted Sun Lang up into the sky. In the gray and shattered sky, Sun Lang's spirit glowed and flew toward the vortex. Sun Lang's mind swayed. He looked at the whirlpool in disbelief. That familiar power, if souls could cry, his eyes would have been wet by now. In this desperate situation where he had a slim chance of survival, the one who had extended a helping hand to him was actually the most unexpected power. At the same time, a gentle voice that contained a smile penetrated into his spiritual world. It must have been a long time. This was the message that the Sword Saint of Water had left 3 years ago. It was a greeting that transcended time and space. He had long understood his fate of death and had arranged everything before it happened, including this greeting. It must have been a long time. Yes, it had been 3 years. Although he didn't know what had happened, Sun Lang suddenly relaxed. He looked at the constantly spinning blue vortex and revealed a peaceful smile. Suddenly, the earth spewed out countless magma torrents, and an incomparably huge sky demon rose from the ground. It was the ancestor sky demon. In the battle with Sun Lang, his soul had been nearly half integrated with the Hoodoo Holy Sword. At this time, it was difficult for him to break free. Seeing that Sun Lang was about to break out of the world in the sword, he couldn't help but let out a furious roar. He opened the giant spirit hand and grabbed Sun Lang's legs. Betrayal! 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 Betrayal again! He roared. Sun Lang, no matter who is helping you, don't think about going anywhere. Sun Lang struggled to attack, but the sky demon's power was too great. It resisted the suction of the vortex, withstood Sun Lang's counterattack, and pulled him down bit by bit. At this time, a little starlight shone on the horizon. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, hundreds and thousands of them suddenly appeared from the world and the sword. They were meteors, like a well-prepared army that appeared at the most suitable time to deal a decisive blow to the weakness of the exhausted enemy. The whistling meteor shower suddenly crashed into the huge body of the sky demon and bombarded it continuously. The purpose of their appearance here was to kill the sword spirit. At this moment, the sky demon was integrated with the holy sword, and these human souls were qualified to hurt it. The sky demon couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Sun Lang grasped the most precise time and struggled hard, breaking free from the sky demon's restraint. He floated in the air and didn't leave immediately. The sky demon below was roaring angrily, resisting the bombardment of meteors from all directions. A ray of starlight appeared in front of Sun Lang, revealing her original appearance. It was a person that Sun Lang would never forget. Sun Lang stared at her in a daze. Empress grabbed Sun Lang's hand and stared at him for a few moments, as if she wanted to remember him forever. A faint smile appeared on her lips. After 3 years, this was the most sincere smile she had ever given him. "Do what you should do, Sun Lang," she said. "Don't hesitate. Go." Then, she threw Sun Lang into the whirlpool in the sky. Without looking back, she turned around and charged towards the roaring heavenly demons on the ground. Her subordinates and comrades were still fighting there. Sun Lang's spiritual body transformed into a ray of light and entered the vortex. In front of the Imperial City Hall, Sun Lang suddenly opened his eyes and took in a deep breath. His mind needed a period of time to adjust to returning to his body, let alone the fact that he had just experienced such a bitter battle and was exhausted. At this moment, the flames in the Emperor's eyes blazed. Although the sky demon had not yet escaped, it still used its connection to control Li Guangyuan. Li Guangyuan brandished the Huta divine sword and stabbed it at Sun Lang. Yin Luo had been paying attention this entire time. Seeing this, he immediately swung his axe. However, Shun Yaohua was even faster. She let go of Sun Lang and allowed him to powerlessly fall to the ground. Her water-exuberant divine sword glowed with an azure sword light. This was a sword that had been tempered thousands of times. For this sword, she had practiced for no less than several hundred days. The sword was as soft as a finger. Water was impermanent, but could also be as sharp as a blade. With just a turn of the sword light, Li Guangyuan's right arm was cut open. This meant that the last connection was severed. As his arm was severed, the Emperor's eyes turned from fierce to blank. He looked in astonishment at the arm that had been cut off from his body. He blinked his eyes and then realized what had happened. He muttered, "Weak." The flaming red power axe fell with a howl and cleaved down on his head. The 21st Emperor of the Hutu Empire only had time to say one word before his head was cleaved by the blazing angel. The high-speed vibrating axe cleaved his body in two like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 1212. The monarch of the Hutu kingdom, the supreme leader of the most powerful country in the world, the wise emperor whose name went down in history and who defeated the sky demon, died silently in the last lesson of his life. The battlefield suddenly became quiet. Even the two sword spirits looked at Zhang Yinluo with dazed eyes. Courier was stunned for a moment, and then said with a complicated expression, "You actually killed another one." Zhao Yunlong and Lu Shujin's minds were also shaken for a moment. After all, the imperial power was deeply rooted in the people's hearts, and the people of the empire had lived under the rule of the Li family for centuries. When the sacred son of heaven was casually killed, every citizen of the empire would feel a great impact. Ping Yang stopped in a daze. "Father." There was unconcealable sadness and pain in her tone. No matter what, they were her family. She had lost two close relatives today. Yinluo was completely stunned. No, this is him. Wait." Shen Yaohua did not care about the matter of the emperor being killed at all. After she cut off Li Guangyuan's arm, she immediately turned to look at Sun Lang, and then Yinluo and the others' attention also turned to him on ground. This person was the most worthy of attention. Everyone needed him, whether now or in the future. The two sword spirits looked at the Hutu sacred sword that had fallen to the ground. Although they were shocked by Li Guangyuan's violent death, they did not take it too seriously, because their father's brilliant world of soul fire was burning fiercely in the sword. Even if he lost a body, his radiance was not damaged at all. Fusang and Xinya wanted to snatch the sacred sword, while Zhao Yunlong and the others rushed to Sun Lang. But in the next moment, they all woke up from their pure worry and realized one thing. In this case, stopping the other party was more meaningful than a useless visit. The sun and moon sword light rose again. Zhao Yunlong, Lu Shujin, and Princess Pingyang each used their magical powers. Shen Yaohua looked at Sun Lang, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to Yinluo and said, "I'll leave it to you." She then joined the battle group. With the addition of another sword saint, the pressure on the two sword spirits suddenly increased. Yinluo rushed to Sun Lang's side, opened his mask, took off his gloves, and gently touched Sun Lang's face. He said anxiously, "Hey, are you okay?" "Sun Lang, wake up quickly." Sun Lang blinked his confused eyes and showed a slightly weak and tired smile. Now, should the heroine cry out with tears and affectionate confession to pull me back from the brink of death? Yinluo was first surprised, then happy, and then laughed until tears came out. She said discontentedly, "Now is not the time to joke. Really, Anyway, are you okay?" A lonely and melancholic look appeared in Sun Lang's eyes. He said softly, "I seem to have had a very, very long dream, Yinluo. I dreamed that Brother Jean never left. I dreamed that I didn't have to feel sorry for his death. I dreamed that that woman didn't die. I dreamed that she could pay for her sins in another way. Everything in the dream was very beautiful, but the next moment I woke up, he held Yinluo's hand. The hand that belonged to the #1 expert in the world was trembling slightly. His expression was no longer as calm and peaceful as it usually was. Instead, it was weak, confused, and wavering. He seemed to have realized something, but he was trying to escape. He was clearly prepared, but he was hesitating. Yinluo was stunned. Then she gently held Sun Lang's hand and put on her cheek. She said softly, "Since you said so, you must have made a decision. Then do what you should do. Don't be afraid, and don't worry, Sun Lang. A hero will never be lonely, just like how you will still encounter us after leaving the great desolate mountain. Even if we leave you one day, you will still be able to find a harbor that can calm your heart again, because a hero will never be lonely." Not far away, the Hood of Divine sword opened Li Guangyuan's broken hand and floated into the air, emitting a strong golden radiance. After Sun Lang left the divine sword, the sky demon regained control of it. This meant that all the sky demons who possess humans would no longer be affected by the spiritual shock. They would once again become Li Guangyuan's claws and fangs. The sky demon's will, which contained monstrous anger and killing intent, was emitted through the divine sword. "All clansmen, gather here. No, kill all the creatures you see. Turn this city into a sea of fire, all of them, before this spiritual message, which was filled with killing intent, could be transmitted. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Sun Lang's figure flashed, appearing in front of the divine sword. A heavy fist that could destroy metal and shatter stone smashed down. The sky demon, which had just recovered from the pain of having its soul torn apart, once again fell to the ground in pain. This time, it felt even greater pain and danger. The sky demon in the sword roared in shock and anger. Sun Lang, what are you trying to do? Its consciousness was already connected to the divine sword, and it could not break free easily. This unparalleled divine sword had in fact become its cage. Although it would soon break free from this situation, Sun Lang obviously would not give it the chance. His fist, which contained endless power, smashed down again. The explosive shock wave sent everyone flying into the distance. In a shattered halo and bursting flames, only Sun Lang's figure stood on the ground, waving his iron fist at the divine sword of Hutu. I'm doing something that the great desolate mountain did not do. Sun Lang calmly said, this sword should have been broken 3 years ago. He was expressionless. Wind and thunder gathered in his right fist, and with rolling power, he suddenly hammered down. The divine sword clanged. In the spiritual world, the sky was torn apart, and countless cracks were formed. The sky demon became more and more shocked and angry. He roared, if you destroy the divine sword, all the imperial army in the world will be destroyed, and Hutu will lose all its source of power. The legions of Ruijin and Lihua have already moved south. Sun Lang, do you want to let this country fall into a sea of fire? Sun Lang smashed down again. The imperial army should not have become the source of Hutu's power. What happened today proves this point. You and I both understand that the old era has passed. The divine sword of Hutu let out a cry, unable to bear the burden. The two sword spirits went crazy and attacked Sun Lang, but they were stopped by Zhao Yunlong and the others. Sun Lang punched again and again, and the unparalleled surging power kept bombarding the body of the divine sword. Most of his power was closely related to the divine sword, and now he was using it to attack the enemy's shield. However, because the divine power was used by a hero, it could destroy all evil shields. Small cracks began to appear on the divine sword. The heavenly demon said sternly, the Empress concubine's body has already turned into ashes. If you destroy the saint's sword and all the monarch weapons, she will have no place to stay. Her soul can only scatter. Sun Lang paused for a moment, and her face appeared in his mind. In the spiritual world, the two of them only met for a moment. She stared at him deeply and then sent him away. Sun Lang, do what you should do. Don't hesitate. That was what she said. She was indeed the person who understood him the most in the world. When she was dormant in the divine sword, Empress had already calculated the only way to break out of this situation, and that was to cut off her wrist and destroy the divine sword, even if she had to pay a little sacrifice. He said softly, ah. The flashing fist swept across the field like a meteor and hit the divine sword heavily. Sun Lang, the sky demon, shouted, do you still want Brother Jean's life? You destroyed the divine sword. You killed me. And he can never come back. This is equivalent to you killing him again. Sun Lang paused again, and this time it was longer than before. He raised his head and looked for that figure. Shen Yaohua turned around in the middle of the battle, and the two of them stared at each other. The woman's face was already covered in tears. After countless days and nights of preparation and deduction, she had carried out a mission that was almost impossible to complete, as if she was walking on thin ice. Now, she had reached the final and most difficult step. The auditory hallucinations no longer appeared in her ears. Her husband was silent, and he had given her the final choice. And she had also made her choice. Husband, if this is what you mean. Shen Yaohua looked at Sun Lang and said softly, Ing, do what you should do. Don't hesitate. This is what he asked me to tell you. Sun Lang lowered his head and looked at the divine sword. The sky demon was still shouting, "You traitors, you, stop acting." Sun Lang said, "Stop trying to provoke me, stop acting. You said you wouldn't lose this time. I know what you're saying, and I know your goal." The sky demon suddenly fell silent. This time, his boundless soul fire truly showed fear and wavering. His hundreds of years of patience and planning were on the verge of danger. I should have ignored the casualties in the capital. I should have ignored the backlash from the Imperial Army. I should have thought of a way to suppress this sword and seal you forever, but I wouldn't, because I know what I should do. Every one of us has to do what we should do, even if, he said softly, even if we have to bear the pain. Only this time I won. She won. Brother Jean won. Humanity won. He said, "Next time, we will still win." Then, a gentle light flashed through Sun Lang's eyes. He spoke to the void. He believed that anyone who could hear these words would definitely be able to hear his voice. He murmured goodbye. Then he gripped the divine sword with both hands, one hand on the hilt and the other on the blade. All the true essence in his body suddenly began to circulate. An explosive power pulsed in his hands. He forcefully pulled the body of the sword, allowing the blade to cut into his palm. This sword was the beginning of his journey to another world. Now, fate was about to wrap it up. He would shoulder his own responsibility and pick up the responsibility and resolve of a hero once more. In the name of Sun Lang, he would complete the epic of humanity's heroes and remember everyone who had sacrificed themselves for this cause. Ah! He let out a world-shaking roar. This sound shook the 9 heavens. The divine sword of Hutu, which had suppressed the fate of the Hutu kingdom for hundreds of years, broke in response to this sound. A brilliant light instantly burst forth. Under the cover of this light that cleansed all the darkness, an extremely powerful spiritual will soared into the sky and then disappeared without a trace. The chain reaction caused by the collapse of the divine sword of Hutu immediately swept through the imperial capital. The sun and moon sword sage was the first to pass out. Fusang and Qian disappeared without a word. The sky demon in the imperial palace let out desperate screams at the same time. The imperial army in their hands collapsed like sand, and the blue flames in their eyes gradually dimmed. They had relied on the imperial army to maintain the essence of their existence. Now they would completely fall into a deep sleep. This chain reaction immediately spread to all parts of the imperial capital. All the imperial army turned into flying ashes. Whether it was the warehouse of the sacred implement supervisor or the weapons in the hands of the warriors, they either turned into ordinary iron or completely disappeared. And the sky demon that had occupied the human bodies also died. The human bodies softly fell down and let out uniform breathing sounds. They must have had a very, very long nightmare. This destructive chain reaction would destroy the entire imperial army of the huge Hutu kingdom. There would be a huge gap in the country's strategic deterrent power. It could be imagined that once the warriors of the 9 states found out that the imperial army was annihilated, there would be a huge change and turmoil. Moreover, the allied forces of Lihua and Ruijin were surging over. In the upcoming war, the Hutu kingdom, which had lost the imperial army, would fall into a great passive position. But these troubles should be left for the future. The 2 halves of the sacred sword in his hands fell to the ground. Under the drifting golden light, Sun Lang looked in front of him in a daze. The sacred sword of the Hutu kingdom was broken, and countless souls rushed out. Those were the soldiers who had been devoured near the sword palace. Their souls were guided by their bodies and returned to their original places one by one. Except for one person who had nowhere to go. Sun Lang slowly stretched out his hand and reached into the empty air. The power of the sacred sword transmitted and gave the slowly withered souls a physical body. In this dazzling golden light, in this broken wall, the beautiful human figure revealed her true body. Empress stood in the air, her long hair fluttering. Her face was full of tranquility. Her eyes were unprecedentedly gentle, as if there was a whole starry sky in them. She also stretched out her hand and touched Sun Lang's finger, using this to maintain the form of her soul. But one was an empty soul, and the other was a real body. They could no longer be together and touch each other. They could only silently look at each other and stare into each other's eyes. They looked at each other for a long time, but no one spoke. There was no need to speak. There was no need to speak. He knew what the other was thinking. Emperor softly said, "Let go." Sun Lang replied, "Okay." But he did not let go until a very, very long time later. Perhaps it was because Sun Lang withdrew his hand first, or perhaps it was because the proud and stubborn woman chose to let go, or perhaps it was because they both withdrew their hands at the same time. Empress only left Sun Lang with a smile that contained boundless emotions. Her soul scattered into specks of light and drifted away. Sun Lang silently watched all this. He watched as the spiritual light drifted away with the wind, rose into the air, drifted over the sky of the imperial city, flew over the streets of the capital, and then went farther and farther, higher and higher, drifted to every inch of the country's mountains and rivers, until it reached 10,000 rivers and mountains. Chapter 12:13. The capital fell into chaos. In just one day, the scene of devastation had left a deep and shameful scar on the country that would never be forgotten. On this day, the empire had lost its sovereign, and the Empress Hoodoo had lost her imperial army. What was truly unacceptable was the truth beneath the smoke and ruins. The awakened officials of the court had to accept an even more unacceptable truth. The so-called imperial army had been a trap set up by the Sky Demon several hundred years ago. The revived Sky Demon had almost taken over the bodies of the empire's elite and usurped the country. The officials could only remember the heated debate in the Golden Palace. In the blink of an eye, the world had been overturned, the imperial city had been reduced to rubble, and the living emperor had been reduced to a gruesome corpse. Weeping could be heard all over the capital. This generation had experienced the most difficult moment of the Tianyuan War and had personally witnessed victory. They had weathered all sorts of storms, but at this moment, even the most shrewd of officials paled in shock. Because the Empress Hoodoo had lost her imperial army. All the imperial army had been turned to dust, and the transcendent martial artists of the imperial army had become mortals once more. The source of their strength no longer existed, and all the people who had relied on the might of the imperial army for so long were plunged into an enormous void and confusion. They had long ago gotten used to the imperial army, and now they were like modern people who had lost their cell phones forever. Unrest broke out in the capital. Many martial artists found it impossible to accept this reality. They drowned their sorrows in alcohol or gathered together to cause trouble. Rumors and disputes arose, and those losers were even more unwilling to be left out. The martial artists of the imperial army had always been arrogant and lofty, but now that the imperial army had been destroyed, they had become mortals once more. That overwhelming difference in strength no longer existed. Grudges must be repaid with grudges. The old order had collapsed and shattered, and the capital was only a microcosm of the empire. The various grudges that had taken place in the capital would also be played out across the Central Plains. This was because the imperial army was a strategic weapon that had struck fear into the hearts of all countries. When it was being forged, the price had been secretly set. Now it was time for repayment. For this country, the consequences of losing a strategic weapon like the Emperor's armament were far more far-reaching than anyone could imagine. Very abruptly, a new era had arrived. 2 days had passed since that shocking change. In the dilapidated Golden Palace, the officials gathered again. Most of them had recovered from the emptiness and discomfort of losing the imperial army. They had also accepted the shocking facts one after another. Everyone had a worried look on their faces, but many of their eyes were shining brightly. Humans were the most adaptable creatures on this planet. They could always break free from a huge blow and instinctively run towards benefits, starting to scheme against each other. The court assembly was reconvened. Although the emperor's body was not yet cold, there were still many important matters in the country that needed to be resolved. For example, the ownership of the throne. A country cannot go a day without a ruler. The emperor has passed away, and the crown prince is dead. The current plan is to pacify the people of the world and quickly choose a wise and generous prince from the royal family to inherit the throne and stabilize the country. As soon as this was said, someone said gloomily, "The emperor has lost his virtue, causing the country to fall to this state." Jiansheng is the crown prince, but he has followed the emperor's lead and does not have the qualifications to be the crown prince. Lord Kai is in a hurry to choose a new ruler from the crown prince. What virtue do they have to sit on the throne? Are they not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? The one who spoke just now was the minister of remonstrance, Kai Yun. Hearing this, he said angrily, "Who spoke? Please speak out." Android stood out proudly. "It is I, Lord Kai. What is your opinion?" Kai Yun sneered. "I was wondering who it was. So it is you, Lorden. What? Lorden does not agree to choose a new ruler. Do you want the Leaf family to abdicate to your master?" Android looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his voice shaking the golden hall. "The country has fallen, and the emperor is the mastermind. The one who turned the tide and saved the country is General Shunsei. He saved the country from this collapse, and his contributions are thousands of years old. Who in the world can compare to him? Even if he is the emperor, why not?" As soon as this was said, the hearts of all the officials shook. "It's here." Their minds were like wheels. They held their breath and quietly thought. As expected, Anjou was already waving the flag and shouting, "It must be Sun Lang who instigated him." This person's intention was to unify the country. Most likely he wanted to be the emperor. Of course, this cannot be. It has nothing to do with ability or merit. Even if he has saved the empire, even if he has saved everyone, he cannot be the emperor. It is precisely because Sun Lang is too outstanding. His civil and military skills are top-notch, his reputation is unparalleled, and he has the old subordinates of Tianyuan as his claws and fangs. He is famous throughout the 6 armies, and he has made great contributions to the country. His popularity has reached the peak. If he becomes the emperor, there is no reason for the court to object. He has wings and is overflowing with talent. Once he ascends the throne, he will seize power and rewards and embezzle the benefits of the officials. Such a thing cannot be allowed to happen. Compared to this, it is more appropriate to find a soft-tempered prince to ascend the throne. After all, the previous emperor made such a grave mistake, and the political credibility of the imperial family is completely ruined. Even if the new emperor ascends the throne, his power will be wantonly suppressed by the court, and he will be a clay puppet from then on. The power and benefits given by the new emperor would be enough for everyone to eat their fill. Therefore, Sun Lang must not be allowed to become the emperor. He has a more suitable place to go. The leaders of the imperial court exchanged glances with each other. These 2 days of recuperation at home, no one has been idle. Kai Yun and Android are the pawns of the court officials. Kai Yun said, "First, the empire is in chaos, and stability is the priority. How can there be unexpected twists and turns in the face of a major event? The abdication of the throne was too hasty and will only make things worse." As for the second, he looked at Android and said slowly, "Whether it was General Shunsei who saved the country, or whether it was the previous emperor who colluded with the Sky Demon, we did not see it with our own eyes. There are still doubts. General N, don't be happy too early." Android was startled at first, and then he laughed grimly. He looked around at the courtiers present. Some looked at him calmly, some looked away, and many had uncertain expressions. These were the people that the marshal had saved. A group of ingrates. He spat on the ground. Bastards who deserve to be F***ed. Lying through your teeth, you don't even have a conscience. Although you didn't see it with your own eyes, don't you remember it at that time? Didn't you see the testimony of the palace guards? Didn't you hear the account of the people involved in Tensei province? Kai Yun said slowly, "Forgive me for being blunt, but the testimony of Tensei province is not completely trustworthy." There was a commotion. Sun Lang's political hooligans were ready to move. But at this moment, a clear voice came from outside the hall. "Oh, if there are any problems with the testimony of Tensei Province, why don't you tell me in person, Lord Kai?" Everyone turned their heads and saw the door of the hall being pushed open forcefully. A figure carrying the sunlight strode in with large strides. His gait was majestic and imposing. Everyone recognized this person and her face. It was the general of Tensei. Wei Zheng and the others immediately left their positions and knelt on the ground, but there was a trace of disappointment and sadness in their faces. They said in unison, "Greetings, General of Tensei." Empress walked towards Kaiyin step by step. The latter's forehead was already covered in sweat, and the oppressive aura made it difficult for him to breathe. It was as if she had never lost the Imperial Army. "Lord Kai, please explain." Empress's clear voice echoed in the hall. "What's wrong with the testimony of Tensei Province?" Kaiyin didn't say anything. "My father colluded with the Sky Demon for his own selfish desires and caused this disaster. This is a scandal of the royal family, and I should have tried my best to cover it up, but the Leaf family made a mistake, and the Leaf family has to take responsibility," she said sternly. "That's why I'm telling you everything frankly. It's to let you know the truth. It's to let the martyrs who died for the country get the honor and reputation they deserve. Otherwise, even if I make up a set of lies, how can you people who have been sleeping and listening to the opera tell the truth?" Kaiyin couldn't help but look at his superior, who returned sharp gaze. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, after all, seeing is believing. Perhaps you were also deceived. Why did His Majesty suddenly attack Sun Lang that day in the Golden Palace? Shouldn't we find out the reason?" Empress raised her eyebrows and sneered. "What's wrong? A conspiracy? Is there any inside story?" "That's not necessarily true," Kaiyin said. "After all, it takes two hands to clap." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. Kaiyin's body flew into the air. His face was strangely twisted and dripping with blood. He spun a few times in the air and fell to the ground. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't get up. Empress slowly retracted her hand and said indifferently, "Is it going to make a sound?" The officials were surprised and silent at first. The air was strangely quiet, and then a commotion was brewing. Before someone could make a move, Empress strode to the front of the steps and looked around at the officials in the hall. "I'm not here to argue with you, but to tell you two things," she shouted. "First, the throne of the Emperor is temporarily vacant. Times have changed, and we have to find a new path for the country. The most urgent thing is to get through the difficult times, reorganize the court, and stabilize the world. The important matters of the country require the joint efforts of the court. The 3 provinces and 6 departments should perform their duties. The martial arts hall should be in the center. Everything should be as before. As for the power of the Emperor to make decisions, I, General of Shunsei, Sun Lang, and Zhuge Wuho will discuss and preside over it." "Who agrees? Who opposes?" General of Tensei's Phoenix eyes were fierce. People who were swept by her eyes all bowed their heads and felt awe-inspiring. She was the only child of the Leaf family who could stand here with her head held high. This was because the testimonies of the palace guards and many common people could prove this point. When the imperial capital was in a state of chaos, only the general of heavenly strategies and his father had turned against each other. Many people had seen the flag flying in the imperial capital, and no one could deny this point. Wei Zheng and others said without hesitation, "We agree." Zhao Yunlong said, "Shinto province also agrees." Bao Shiren, the governor of the capital, said loudly, "I also agree." More and more people chose to stand in line, but more people were still watching, because the conspiracy was not over yet. "I object." Minister of the Ministry of War stepped out slowly. Empress's eyes were sharp. "Mr. Gua." Minister Gua said calmly, "General of Tensei's words are very good, but the choice of the 3-person council needs to be discussed. I think that General of Shen's meritorious deeds should lead the position of the world's army marshal and the military power of the world. In order to avoid suspicion, it's better to choose someone else to make decisions. Empress raised her eyebrows and said, "Is there going to be a war at the border?" Minister Guo's expression changed, and then he said calmly, "To tell you the truth, the Ministry of War is in a hurry. Li Hua and Rue Jin have sent all their troops to our border. They're going to the south and go straight to the capital. Our Hudu has suffered such a disaster and lost the imperial army. Our national strength has been greatly damaged. It is really difficult for the generals guarding the border to resist the two countries. We need a peerless genius and a pillar to lead the army to the north to fight with them. Only then can we frighten the rascals and restore the courage of Hutu." He said slowly, "I am old. This important task can only be done by General of Shunsei. If the commander of war doesn't come out, what can we do?" The fangs were finally revealed. There was a lot of discussion in the court. That's reasonable. Only General of Shunsei can't do it. After all, it's our dynasty that supports the sea. Capable people do more work. A silent but fierce storm was gathering. This was the most despicable trap. Almost all the tactics and military concepts of the empire revolved around the imperial army. At this time, the imperial army had been destroyed, and the strength of the six armies had been greatly reduced. Many of the armies didn't even know how to fight. Under such circumstances, if they hastily led the army to fight against Li Hua and Rue Jin, even if the general of war came back, they would still be defeated. However, a single defeat could completely wipe away all the glory, and achievements that one had earned. If Sun Lang didn't want to, they could only bow their heads and admit defeat according to the rules. The corners of the empress concubine's mouth held a hint of a smile. Minister Guo said, "If I may ask, Your Highness Empress, where is General of Shunsei now? We are willing to visit him and ask him to come out and help the country." Empress said indifferently, "Don't bother. I just want to let you know that 2 days ago, Sun Lang has already left for the north to fight against the army of Li Hua and Rue Jin." Sir Guo was taken aback. "What? How many soldiers did he bring?" Empress was silent for a moment. Her eyes became distant, and then a smile bloomed on her face. Her face was filled with worry, trust, and pride. She trusted that man more than anyone else. "Master, I will work hard. Sister, please don't worry. I will inherit your efforts. I will continue to act as you, govern the country, coordinate the troops, and protect the country. Until the situation is settled, I will return to myself and do what I want to do. Before that, I am willing to be you. Please watch over us from the sky." Facing all the civil and military officials, Ping Yang's voice was soft but firm. He went alone. Speed is the most important thing in war, so he left in a hurry. He wants to stop the two armies outside Huda's borders. This is what he wants to do. Looking at Minister Guo, who was in a daze, her tone was still relaxed. "But I have heard your suggestion about the general of the army. I agree. Chapter 12:14. The torrents of steel and fire were surging forward. Crossing the vast Palia Plain and the surging Yinul River, the joint army of the Rue Jin and Li Hua marched day and night. The vanguard of steel and fire had approached the border of Hutu. It was the first time that human beings had organized such a large-scale military operation after the Great War of Heaven's origin. Banners fluttered, engines roared, and power armors marched in unison. Thick black smoke spurted out of the chimneys of chariots. Complicated machines moved with their slender legs, and silent puppet troops moved at the same frequency. The Boundless Legion demonstrated the art of war that was perfected in the Heaven's origin era. Mobility, logistics, coordination, and dispatching. The cruel and beautiful war machines were running at full speed, craving blood and victory. In this unprecedented joint army, there were the most elite troops of the Rue Jin and Li Hua countries. They were legendary troops that had made countless contributions in the Great War of Heaven's origin. Crimson Angels, Lava Warriors, Icefield Firewolves. The divine right of flames had sent 3 legions of the Church of Saints at the same time, and the country of Rueijin had not only sent the line infantry division of the Dragon Teeth Army, which was famous for its discipline, courage, and tenacity, but also sent out the Urim Mechanized Legion. Only the most powerful troops were qualified to seize the supreme glory. They were going to break into the territory of the most powerful country in the world and embellish their name with the blood and death of Huda people. This battle was the lifelong dream of every soldier, which was to prove their bravery and glory with the blood of the strongest enemy, or to die in the greatest and bravest battle. They marched with high morale. If the commanders of the 2 countries were still confused about this invasion before, then now, everybody was in a hysterical frenzy. Because a lot of information came back from the Imperium, and all the intelligence pointed to one thing. The capital of Hudu had fallen into great civil strife, and the Imperium had lost all the Imperial army overnight. The strategic and military power of this terrible country had suffered heavy losses. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was the smile of the god of war. Fate was on the opposite side of Hutu. Without the Imperial army, the unreasonable supernatural forces of Hudu Empire were nowhere to be found. The powerful martial artists returned to the bodies of martial artists with limits. In front of the dense firepower and the ingenious machines that knew no pain or fatigue, miraculous martial arts were no longer a fatal threat. The results of the vanguard had already proved this point. The lightly equipped scouts took the lead to break into Hutu's territory on the fast mobile vehicles. With only the light cannons and suppressive fire, they looted a lot of fortresses and mansions, crushed the armed forces in the countryside, and even killed a few cavalry squads of Hutu. As long as they were not involved in street battles and ambushes, they would hardly suffer any casualties because they did not run into any warriors of the Imperial army from the beginning to the end. In Hutu's territory, all the military residences and cities were defending themselves behind closed doors. The army of Hutu, which was said to be unparalleled in the world, was actually hiding in the thick, solid cities and driving away the arrogant scouts of the Imperium with the heavy projectile weapons that were not the Emperor's weapons. The warriors who stepped forward bravely were all killed on the spot by the long-distance firepower, and their bodies were obliterated. After every battle report was sent back to the army, the fire in the hearts of the soldiers of the Sharp Metal Army and the Distant Fire Army grew more and more furious. This was the gift of fate. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Imperium was no longer powerful. Having lost its strongest reliance, the powerful country that used to dominate the world was now extremely weak. It was like an unparalleled beauty who had taken off all her armor and protection, and it could only be bullied and trampled on. The desire and evilness in everybody's heart had been ignited. They could not wait to attack, loot, destroy, and wreak havoc. They had been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Invisible waves were entangling in the sky. For this attack, the Distant Fire Army and the Sharp Metal Army had almost used all the new tactics and secret weapons. The short-distance communication system that used to be carried among the Blazing Angels had been equipped to the level of squads. The command system covered the entire army from top to bottom. The orders could be extremely precise, and all the movements on the battlefield would receive the truest feedback. Right now, the marching troops received the latest orders from the highest command center. Stop marching. Defend. The field commanders issued the latest orders loudly. In the communication channel, the lower-level officers uttered voices that were both fearful and expectant. Is the main force of Hota here? Are we going to start the real battle? However, the commanding officer who relayed the orders was also puzzled. No, our Blazing Angels did not detect any large-scale military movements, and there is no battlefield intelligence that indicates an enemy attack. Another person asked, so, where is our enemy? Who are we defending against? No one could answer this question. At least, the people here could not. In the highest command center, the generals of the 2 countries who were in charge of the overall situation received confidential information. This prompted them to order the troops to stop moving forward and set up defensive formations on the spot to guard against the upcoming attack. Below the command center, the overwhelming army began to move. In the vast plains, chariots, infantry, and cannons were deployed. The staff officers passed down the complicated and precise orders. Every army was a part of the war machine, and they operated without any mistakes. The most powerful army in the world slowly spread out. The large armies moved in all directions, and the dozens of cannons that were quickly set up could shoot heavy firepower to every corner of the battlefield. The chariot legions that were on standby could quickly pounce on any gap, not to mention the infantry that were on standby. This endless formation, this steel fortress, even if it was piled up, it could crush any enemy in the world. Now, there was only one question left. All the soldiers of the two countries were waiting with bated breath. How many enemies were there, and where were the enemies? Soon they knew. A soldier looked into the sky and shouted, "Meteors!" A few light halos flickered faintly in the sky, but very quickly they revealed their bodies. Over 10 streams of flames descended from the sky. Like a meteor shower, all of the light flames descended extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they crashed onto the ground, releasing loud whistling sounds, coincidentally landing near a distant fire army. The soldiers turned their muzzles and waited. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they cried out in unison. This was because the meteors that fell from the sky were not meteors, but fragments of blazing angel. The blazing angel armor, which was at the top of the blazing angel battle order, was now in tatters and in shambles. A black-haired, white-clothed Imperial pulled out the unconscious Lord Blazing Angel from the blazing armor with his bare hands. Under the watchful eyes of all the fire soldiers, he tore off the Blazing Angel's head. There was no need for any questioning or judgment. The soldiers already knew who this person was and what he was here for. Guns, cannons, grenades, and flamethrowers. Under the command of the officer, the surging and ferocious firepower spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth. Bullet shells were flying, and smoke was spreading. The smell of white phosphorus filled the battlefield, and intense flames suddenly surged. However, none of these attacks could approach this Imperial. Be it the invisible flames or the tangible bullets, they were all blocked in the air by an invisible force, unable to approach at all. This phenomenon shocked the soldiers. In order to boost their morale, the news of the destruction of the Hutu Imperial Army had been spread throughout the army. Everyone knew that the warriors of the Hutu continent had lost the extraordinary power to move mountains and seas. But now such a godlike person had appeared in front of the formation. Sun Lang threw away the head of the Russian in his hand and raised his hand. The flames that were blocked outside suddenly blazed, and the bullets floating in the air quickly melted. He clenched his right hand, and in the next moment, the flames engulfed the liquid metal and swept it back. Amidst the frenzied screams and the no longer dense rain of bullets, he approached the enemy formation. In a moment, he had killed his way through. He was only barehanded, but it seemed that everything in the world could become his weapon. The enemy's body, the fragments from the power armor, the bullets fired at him, and even the air. The moment of fanaticism of the Lee fire soldiers turned into an instant of fear. That unparalleled dense offensive could not hurt the other party at all, and could not even stop him. The weapons in their hands and the comrades beside them were not enough to rely on. They worshipped the flames as their god, but the Imperial person in front of them was more like a myth, and everyone had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A sharp whistle sounded in the sky, and destruction descended. Several artillery positions roared without hesitation. The god of war had descended to the mortal world, and the high-intensity artillery bombardment covered the defense area of this army. The remaining soldiers were abandoned without hesitation, and the surviving Leaf Fire soldiers died instantly. The hard power armor was twisted and shattered, and the solid ground was torn apart, and a huge amount of soil was thrown high into the air. As for the human bodies, they had long been turned into powder. Except for one person. Sun Lang's figure flickered and appeared several kilometers away. He arrived in front of one of the cannons. the black muzzle of which was pointed at him. The cannoneers removed the giant shell and pushed in new shells. They discovered that the Empire's people were standing in front of the cannons. The officer in charge of this cannon fired without hesitation. Sun Lang raised his hand and blocked the muzzle of the cannon. The artillery soldiers saw flowers explode in front of them. They saw the sturdy and slender cannon bulge from the middle, and the cracks in the cannon shone with light. Then they heard a deafening sound, and the destructive jets madly scattered in their direction. In an instant, these people were turned into small fragments, and Sun Lang's fingers flicked, and flaming metal was accurately thrown into every ammunition box. The deafening explosion spread wantonly, and the entire battlefield could hear it clearly. The communication system that covered the entire battlefield played a negative role. Every commander knew one thing. An unprecedented enemy had blocked the path of this unparalleled army, blocking everyone's way forward, and even blocking everyone's way back. The major armies in the entire war zone began to mobilize. As if to crush the last resistance of Hutu, the commanders began to vent their anger. Perhaps it was because they had not seen Sun Lang's unstoppable figure with their own eyes, or perhaps they thought that no matter how strong a warrior was, there was a limit, or perhaps they just wanted to cover up the absurd uneasiness in their hearts. One army after another began to move, rushing in the vast plain. They tried to encircle the enemy, who was alone, and Sun Lang was fighting. He seemed to have no purpose. He did not destroy all the artillery positions, attack the logistics, or go straight to the enemy's command center. He was just killing. All he did was defeat the enemy forces that came to him one by one. All he did was destroy anyone who tried to challenge him. He was surrounded by layers upon layers of enemies. Swords flashed, bullets rained, cannons roared, and smoke filled the air. There were holy knights in power armor and puppet soldiers who only knew how to kill. All the enemies were no match for him. It was not a legend that he had faced an entire army alone. It was something that had truly happened. He had experienced it 3 years ago. At that time, he was full of madness and despair. He was not begging for life, but for death. The current battle was very different from the past. He was not begging for life, nor was he begging for death. In this battle, where he was surrounded on all sides, he was actually searching for something that could not be explained. The affairs of the world were unpredictable, and fate was difficult to understand. He suddenly felt a trace of confusion. 3 years ago, he wanted to destroy the world. 2 years ago, he was silently calculating the time for revenge. 1 year ago, his hatred had not decreased at all. Half a year ago, he was still thinking about how to make the Leaf family pay the greatest price. And now he was standing here, blocking the aggressive invaders outside the gates of the country. He was a savior, not an avenger, a protector, not a destroyer. He did something completely different from what he had expected. Just like that day, when he heard Luo say that the armies of the two countries were going straight in, he did not hesitate to go up north. He was just thinking about some things. In other words, he had been thinking about many things during these 2 days of hurrying on the road. The emperor was wrong. In the great desolate mountain, Brother Jean's face was stained with blood. His back was facing layers of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Who told me, Pingy Dao, to live in this world for this group of foolish people? In the secret room of the bamboo hut, even though the strange doctor clearly understood the ugliness of human nature, he still persevered. Don't make fun of me. In front of the Xinheng Hotel, Kong Zhongwu, who had achieved enlightenment, chose to forgive and go further. This is what an important official of the imperial court and a legend in the army should be like. The strong should do as they please. The superior should be cold-blooded and heartless. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and the heroes will die without a burial place. This is a principle that I understood a long, long time ago. Now it seems that, of course, here, see you again in Mingzhou. Qin Hui let out a shrill laugh of ecstasy. Marshal, there are some things that can surpass hatred. Do you believe it now? In front of his wife's grave, Qi Guanyin, who had lost his love forever, asked in a daze. This was a dark world. There were evil people and stupid people. Those who insisted on justice and light were always in the minority. But because these people illuminated the starry sky, this world was not hopeless. He had always been searching for peace of mind. I'm sorry. Have you brought shame to my grandson's name? I've already fought that beautiful battle. I walked all the paths that should be taken. I've also guarded the paths that should be guarded. We should thank you. All of us should thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done for us. I promise you that from now on, I'll live well. Sun Lang killed, attacked, recalled, and remembered. Along the way, all the things that he had seen, all the things that he had done, and all the people that he treasured. Their images slid through his mind like a revolving lantern. Those who loved him, those who cared about him, those who trusted him, and those who doubted him, and those who were hostile to him. These people, these things, the good and the bad, together formed this lively world. In the end, the figure of a woman appeared in his mind. She was proud and majestic, tyrannical and domineering. Most of her love and dedication in her life had been given to this country, and he had only received a small part of it. They had once loved each other, but then they turned against each other. He wanted to kill her as soon as possible, and his desire for revenge had never stopped. But no matter what, he still liked it very much, and he would never forget it. He suddenly stopped killing, closed his eyes, and smiled. He put his hand on his heart. He felt this land. This land was responding to him. It was as if the woman who had disappeared with the wind was also responding to him. It was as if all the people that he remembered were responding to him. Then he whispered, "Watch carefully. Those who did not trust him, so they betrayed and plotted against him. Those who trusted him, so they had always followed him. Those who did not trust him, but now they had no choice but to place their hopes on him. The transmigrator who had encountered an unfair fate and had walked all the way to this day roared. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Sun Ran's sword energy pierced through heaven and earth, from Sui province in the east, to Shang province in the south, to Ming province in the north, and to Qin province in the west. It was as if the entire country was responding to this brilliant sword light. The upright was the sword's spine. The brave was the sword's edge. The benevolent was the sword's edge. The martyr was the sword's pool. And the selfless was the sword's sheath. In this way, the heavens were determined by the heavens. The earth was determined by the righteousness, and the law was determined by the reason. The invisible will that had run through the Hooded dynasty for hundreds of years was reforming. Sun Lang had reforged the Hutu holy sword. At this moment, all the martial artists in the empire looked up at the same time. They did not know what was happening thousands of miles away, but they suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if they could see the path ahead. Sun Lang held the sword in his hand and swung it down. The world shook, the sun and moon dimmed, and the earth was instantly plunged into darkness. Endless dust spread out, as if it was the end of the world. On the battlefield, everyone fell into fear and despair, fleeing in all directions. In the face of such an enemy, everyone had lost the courage to fight. They could only hear the rumbling in their ears, and the ground beneath their feet was shaking violently. In front of the terrifying wrath of the world, the strength of mortals was insignificant. They could only pray to the unseen fate for their lives. After an unknown period of time, the soldiers of the two countries woke up from their endless fear and blankness. After confirming that they were still alive, they patted the dust off their bodies and woke up their comrades. They wanted to reorganize their formation or at least pull themselves together. But in the next moment, everyone fell into a daze. A gust of wind blew, and the dust that covered the sky dispersed. The sun shone on the earth again, illuminating the surrounding scenery. An extremely shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. An incomparably huge holy sword was deeply embedded in the earth, towering over the clouds. It was taller than all the mountains they had ever seen. It was like a divine weapon left behind by the gods in the mortal world. They looked up, but they could not see the top. but just by looking up, they could feel the oppressive and powerful aura coming at them. It made them feel terrified and shaken. They felt that even the most powerful thing in the world could not block this sword slash. More importantly, they knew that this sword of heaven and earth belonged to one person. The weapons fell to the ground, the brave warriors were in a daze, and all the soldiers stared at this miraculous scene in a daze. Their faces were pale, their bodies trembled, and their knees went soft as they knelt down one after another. Chapter 12:15. The armies of the two countries retreated. They had embarked on the journey with boundless fanaticism and ambition, but before they had even achieved victory, they had suffered a devastating blow, both physically and in morale. Fear still lingered on the faces of every soldier. They prided themselves as brave warriors, but they had no idea how to deal with that godlike enemy. But in addition to their defeat, they also rejoiced that they had survived the disaster. At least they could still go home. But the commanders of the two countries were in an even more complicated mood. After slashing down with his sword, Sun Lang casually strolled into the command post of the coalition army. Under the fearful gaze of the guards, he told the Grand Marshal of the coalition army, the commanders of the ecclesiastical Templars, and the commanders of the Dragon Teeth army about what had happened in Hodu Empire. The generals of the two countries received the most accurate information, including the most puzzling question: why did Hodu Empire lose all of its imperial army in a single night? The answer made their blood run cold. Because Sun Lang mentioned a coincidence that made them feel horrified. Why did the rulers of Ruijin and Lihua foresee that Hodu Empire was about to fall into a destructive civil war? Why did they prepare for the war in advance? Why did the remnants of the Sky Demon dance gracefully in Hodu Empire's calamity? Then, could the same note be hidden in the two countries? Such guesses and reminders made the warriors, who had been through hundreds of battles, feel waves of fear. In the face of this unprecedentedly powerful enemy, even the bravest warrior had to admit that the odds of victory were zero. There was no need to continue this war. The generals were all anxious to go home. If Sun Lang's words were not just an alarmist, it meant that a great danger, not inferior to the chaos in Hodu Empire, was approaching their countries. The attitude of the divine originals of the three armies of the ecclesiastical Templars was the most intense. They were worried about their beloved divine emperor and their other brothers, so they were anxious to return to St. Yuri Castle to find out the truth and sweep away their worries. A great rebellion was about to sweep across Lihua Empire. The news of the enemy's withdrawal swept across the border of Hodu Empire as if it had grown wings. The military and political officials did not believe it first. The scouts and guerrillas swore and even made a military pledge that a sword peak had indeed appeared in the north of Tumun Ridge. The area within a radius of several dozen li was covered in broken armor and wreckage. When they talked about this matter, their faces were filled with fanaticism. The officials still did not believe it. They were afraid it was a trap set by the enemy. Thereupon, they sent out 3 fourth-rank civil and military officials to lead a team to investigate. These officials wrote their wills, hid the poison well, and immediately set off. At the same time, there were also many warriors and chivalrous men among the common people, the martial arts world, and the wealthy clans who were heading towards the legendary Sword Lofty Peak. Their families, properties, and ancestral shrines were all there. They had to confirm with their own eyes that the enemy had retreated. They had to figure out what had happened. Soon, they witnessed everything with their own eyes. When people saw towering mountains, they would sigh at their height. When people saw magnificent cities, they would praise them for their magnificence. It was precisely because of their own insignificance that when people saw the vastness of the world, they would be overwhelmed, fearful, and in awe. When they saw this peerless sword that reached the heavens, their minds went blank. They were all warriors and had been climbing towards the peak of martial arts all their lives. After seeing this sword, their instincts as warriors immediately told them an unbelievable fact. This was not a divine work of nature, nor was it the mighty power of a god. It was the manifestation of a warrior's essence, chi, spirit, and will. The scenery of the peak of martial arts was slowly unfolding in front of everyone. Some people cried out loud, some people knelt on the ground devoutly, some people sat cross-legged, and some people endured the huge surge of emotions and turned to leave. They had to pass this shocking news back. When this mythical news was confirmed, there was only one question left. Who did this? People madly searched for clues. There were even people who were not afraid of death, who took several fast horses to the north and chased after the armies of the two countries. They wanted to ask who exactly beat them up. The news of the enemy's retreat was sent back to the capital through the fastest means of communication. In Tensei Province, Princess Pingyang, who was in a meeting with important officials, received an extremely secret message. She opened it, and a smile appeared on her dignified and beautiful face. Wei Zheng and the others held their breaths and waited quietly. Seeing this, they could not help but ask, "Princess, what's the matter?" When the emperor's concubine led the army out that day, she had already made arrangements for her funeral. If there were any mishaps, Pingyang would take over her position. She left everything to her younger sister and son Lang. She also left behind a will, asking her subordinates to assist her as usual for the sake of the country. Wei Zheng and the others followed this will. However, when there were no outsiders, they called her princess to show their difference and remembrance. Pingyang smiled faintly and said, "My master defeated the enemy." She passed the secret message to everyone calmly and without the slightest excitement. Everyone secretly praised Princess Pingyang. She was as shrewd as the old master. "Your Highness, you can rest in peace." After everyone digested this explosive news, Princess Pingyang said, "Since this matter has been decided, there will be waves. Everyone, follow the previous arrangements and do your own things." The officials retreated in awe. Wei Zheng walked at the end and respectfully closed the door. Through the last crack, he seemed to have seen Princess Pingyang jump with force and spin around a few times. Perhaps his eyes were playing tricks on him. Whatever. He smiled faintly. There was nothing bad about it. And Sun Lang had done such an earth-shattering thing. The officials in the imperial court would have a headache. Those who chased after the armies of the two countries and wanted to know the truth also got the answer. They caught up with the army of Li Hua with the feeling of knowing the truth in the morning and dying in the evening. They were not shot into sieves, nor were they treated rudely. After hearing the purpose of their visit, the officer of Li Hua who intercepted them took them to the mobile command post with a complicated expression. The general of Shanquan received them and told them the answer they wanted. That person was Sun Lang, a high-ranking official of the empire and a war hero of the Tianyuan era. At that time, he was called Jiang. Almost all the officers of Li Hua had seen him in the War Memorial Square, museums, and military textbooks. Those people of the empire walked all the way and saw what they wanted to see in the eyes of the enemy soldiers. They were in awe, avoidance, and wavering. They were politely sent away by the soldiers of Li Hua. They enthusiastically brought the news back to their country. As soon as the news came out, the public was in an uproar. They spread the news everywhere and collected all the information about Sun Lang. More warriors set off again with the idea that seeing was believing. They wanted to hear the answer they wanted from the old Harry. Anyway, they did not seem to dare to use violence. The speed of the army was much slower than the speed of a single person. Teams of people of the empire caught up with the defeated armies of the two countries. They asked the same question, like a repeater. The armies of Rui Jin and Li Hua first patiently received them, but gradually became annoyed. After all, this was not a glorious thing. It was really annoying to talk about it over and over again. So the commander gave an order that if this happened again, each department would deal with it on their own. Even the most ordinary soldiers learned a few words of the empire. Later, even the bionics of the Rui Jin puppet army were implanted with a new logic command. As long as they saw the smiling people of the empire, they would raise their weapons and shout, "It's Sun Lang, General Shunsei, commander of war of your country. He's alone. Don't ask anymore. Get out. They, too, became repeaters and became the people they hated. The highest officials of the three provinces of Qin, Song, and Ming jointly issued a notice to confirm the authenticity of this matter on the official level. The martial arts hall in the capital drafted an edict to the world, describing the military disaster that almost happened, and that someone had saved everything. When the country was in danger, there was still someone who protected the country. They hoped that the people would be at peace, that the country would be rebuilt, and that the dead would be at peace. In the edict drafted by the emperor, Sun Lang's achievements were also listed. He was adopted by the Ronghua residents and was once named Jiaheng. After winning the Battle of Tianyuan and repaying the kindness of raising him, he changed back to his original name. During the war, he had risked his life for the empire and made countless great contributions. Now, when the empire was in danger, it was he who turned the tide and stabilized the 9 provinces. This virtuous and capable person was unparalleled in the world. He was the only person south of the Big Dipper. After 3 years, the country finally returned the honor and gratitude to Sun Lang. The news spread all over the 9 provinces. When the general was playing around in Ming province, I had the honor of drinking with him and chatting with him. We hit it off very well. Now that I think about it, his voice and smile are still vivid in my mind. The governor of Ming province, Lord Liu Shoyan, was bragging with his vassals. Everyone was listening attentively and looked envious. In fact, they were really envious. May I ask, Lord Liu, what were you chatting with the general about? Lord Liu said seriously, of course, we were talking about important matters of the country. Father. A petite figure pushed open the door of the study room. The little girl ran to Hu Shoshin's knees and shouted, that big hero, is he Uncle Sun Lang that you always talk about? Hu Shoshin touched his daughter's little face and smiled. Yes. The little girl pouted. When Uncle Sun Lang was in Ming province, why didn't you let me see him? If I saw him and told Dafeng and the others, they would be so envious. Hu Shoshin made a face. Your Uncle Sun Lang is good at everything, but he's a big bad wolf. If he saw you, he would definitely swallow you into his stomach. The little girl giggled. Of course not. Father, you're lying again. How am I lying? Hu Shoshin said with a stern face. You always complain that the name Huda is too unpleasant to hear and cry to the heavens. Let me tell you the truth. This name was given to you by your Uncle Sun Lang. Tell me, isn't it very bad for him to give a girl such a strange name? The little girl blinked and then screamed. This name was given by Uncle Sun Lang. Hu Shoshin choked. Yes. As soon as she said that, she ran out and shouted, I want to tell them. Hu Shoshin was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. F***CK. He muttered, if I hadn't bumped into him by chance half a year ago and picked him up, I don't know what he would be like now. In the end, I'm still awesome. The embroidery hall was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The well-known national entrepreneur, Mr. Zhang Jinyuan, spoke enthusiastically. Speaking of stinky tofu, I think of General Shinsei. In the second half of last year, the stinky tofu that I developed with him officially walked onto the people's tables. This year, I will continue to be the head of the embroidery hall and promote this great delicacy to Ming province and the world. In a gambling house, people were shouting and gambling. Someone asked curiously, Big Sister, were you really captured by Commander of War? Big Sister said with a smile, how can it be fake? Many people can testify. The person was envious and respectful. Then, what kind of person is he? The female cat burglar licked the corner of her mouth as if she was recalling something. He's super powerful. In a Taoist temple in Tang province, a high-spirited and intense voice was also heard. That day, I had a sudden impulse to do a divination. I immediately vomited several liters of blood, and my face turned pale. Guess what happened? I divined that a boundless blood disaster was about to come, and the world would be in chaos. People would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the country would collapse. I asked my sect for help and a warning, but they didn't believe me. Instead, they were very relieved. I could only set off alone and rush to the capital because many of my friends were there. The Taoist priest, who had the demeanor of an immortal and seemed to have a lot of cultivation, was speaking with fervor and assurance. The Taoists around him were stunned. What happened in the end? The country was indeed in chaos. If General Shansei didn't turn the situation around, our Hota dynasty would have been finished. Oh, the heavens are really protecting us. His eyebrows danced, and he looked proud. You might not believe it, but General Shinsei Sunlang is a friend I made in Ming Province. He has the appearance of a celestial being, and he is handsome and extraordinary. He looks like a person who will do great things. This success can be said to be perfect. At this point, he sincerely prayed. General Shinsei is famous all over the world, and his achievements cover the universe. He has a high position and a good salary, and his fame and fortune are just ordinary things. I know that he likes women, so I wish him a lot of wives and concubines and a harmonious family. Rome's convoy was heading north, and the officials along the way became even more enthusiastic. Lin Dayu softly said, "It's a pity that I couldn't help." Shweb Baochai patted her hand. "There will be a chance." She looked up at the distant sky. "Grandma, did you see that?" Husband didn't let anyone down. Another group of people entering the capital also received the same news. "It seems that we missed a big fight. It's all your fault for being too slow. That imposter actually used my name to shamelessly become the hero who saved the empire. I am. Yes. Lu. Shu. Ren. Ah." The capital, Shinto province, was bustling with people, and gifts and invitations were piled up. In a quiet back garden, Sun Lang, who had secretly returned to the capital, received his first guest. "Wuho, it's been a long time." Zhuge Wuho looked at the few disciples standing by the side. He taught everyone without any bias, and every disciple had their own achievements. But the one that made him sigh the most was his closed-door disciple. On one side, Shi Ren's personality is too straightforward and might not be suitable for being an official. Even if he tries his best, it will only become more and more painful. I was wrong. Wu Ho raised his teacup. For him to be able to stand on your side, I am very gratified. Sun Lang chuckled and lazily leaned on the back of the chair. Even though he had done such an earth-shattering thing, and even opened up a mountain for the path of martial arts, his strength and achievements were close to that of a god, but he still looked the same as usual. Or it could be said that he had always been like that. I heard that the officials in the capital wanted to cover up this matter. He asked with a smile. Wu Ho waved his hand. The reason is very sufficient. For example, with you suppressing the country, the empire will be able to sit back and relax, and the citizens will lose their will to work hard, and so on and so forth. So they want to hide your name, not wanting to give this great merit to a real person. Sun Lang shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Those are just people worrying over nothing. Human nature is like that. No one can look at everything rationally and calmly. After all, your actions are too shocking, and they are afraid that you will come to the capital with your sword, but they also do not want to bow and bend their knees to you. In the end, it's just the human heart. Sun Lang asked, "Then what is Wu Ho's intention?" Wu Ho gently waved his feather fan and said calmly, "In all fairness, this old man also has objections. The empire has lost the imperial army. This is a change in the sky. The people are at a loss. The martial artists are dispirited, and there are strong enemies knocking on our door. In such a dangerous situation, we should rally the people and fight to the death, even if we have to pay a large number of casualties. We must use hot blood and sacrifice to rebuild the backbone of the Empress of Earth. As such, the sacrifice is worth it, because the strength of the Empress of Earth is not in the imperial army, but the confidence in her unrivaled martial spirit. As long as we let the people of the empire understand that even if we lose the imperial army, the Empress of Earth will not die. Even if our country falls, even if the enemy wreaks havoc, the people of the empire will not lose their determination and will to resist, and engrave this will in our blood and be passed down from generation to generation. And there will be a day when the Empress of Earth will find a new source of power, and sooner or later there will be a day when she will come back. For revenge. Speaking to Here, he shook his head and laughed bitterly. You are good. With one sword, everything is over. Sun Lang said softly. I just feel that enough people have died. Wu Ho sighed and had nothing to say. Sun Lang asked again, Wu Ho, why did you come here today? Why don't you tell me? The legendary minister put down the feather fan in his hand and said solemnly, I'm here as a citizen of the Imperium to fight for a healthy and promising future for this country. At the same time, another conversation was going on. Sun Lang said that Zhang Er's soul came from the division of the ancestor sky demon. So there's still hope? Don't go, okay? You want Zhang to come back just like you. Yin Luo reached out to Shun Yaohua. We will not stay in the Empire for too long. We are about to embark on a new journey. Come with us. Let's bring your husband back. Shen Yaohua murmured. Li Hua. Zhang, Yin Luo nodded. She still remembered the cry for help from the blazing angel. The Li Hua kingdom must be in trouble. Thousands of miles away, across the mountains and seas. Here was another country, an ocean away from Hutu. The huge port took in and out goods day and night. Huge airships floated in the sky. Countless gorgeous towers stood on the ground, and people in robes walked in a hurry. It was already night here. The neat street lights occasionally flashed an orange arc, and in the dark night, strange shadows appeared. The night was the stage of another world, where people with abilities came and went. This was the capital of the great western continent's thousand-island United States, Aram. In the silence of the night, the Blue Palace was brightly lit. The commander of the United States, Fitzgerald, passed through layers of security procedures and entered the huge underground part of the highest administrative mansion. Every commander was the country's most powerful ability user. They personally guarded the country and guarded the country's biggest secret. Even the commander himself had to pass through these extremely complicated and almost perfect defense measures. At the bottom of the underground palace, he saw the country's most precious treasure, a head. This was an altar engraved with countless profound runes. Resplendent radiance flowed within, and gems and gold decorations were everywhere. They weren't luxuries, but rather arcane materials. This place was like another world, where the rules of the world were distorted. Amidst the rising and falling electric arcs, resplendent crystals floated around like stars, surrounding and protecting the sun in the center. The sun was a head, the head of the sky demon. The eyes were tightly closed. The commander's gaze was attracted by this head. No ability user could resist being attracted by this head. It seemed to be the world's most perfect creation just by looking at it. One could feel the mysteries of countless rules of the world. In fact, through the exploration and analysis of this head for hundreds of years, the United States gave birth to countless ability users and developed countless powerful spells. They enshrined this head on the altar in the world's purest black water and passed it down generation after generation. The commander floated in the air and floated toward the head. Today, he received another intelligence from the Hutu Empire, the content of which made him feel annoyed. Previously, he hesitated whether to loot the Hutu Empire, but the following news made him break out in a cold sweat. What the hell? The imperial army of the Hutu Empire was lost. How come there was such a guy? And the turmoil of the Hutu Empire, what was going on? As usual, he approached the great head, wanting to obtain peace and enlightenment from this head, but the next moment, the most powerful ability user in the United States had goosebumps all over his body. He saw the most terrifying scene in his life. This head, which had been silent for hundreds of years, suddenly opened its eyes. It gave him a ferocious smile. A huge amount of mental power surged out, instantly breaking the commander's mental defense. The two looked at each other, and the surging light of their souls connected. Sun Lang. The head was silently muttering a name. I look forward to the next round. The Hutu's sacred sword was not only the sky demon's hiding place, but also the cage that bound him, so he said he would not lose. Even if Sun Lang reversed the situation and won, In order to save the Hutu Empire from being destroyed by thousands of crazy warriors of the imperial army, he could only destroy the sacred sword. All of this was already destined. Just like fate, the river of time rolled forward. When Jia Ying's soul was destroyed, the Hutu Empire set up a spirit-gathering array, but the huge amount of energy gathered in the Hutu sacred sword could not find the soul of the deceased. Instead, it tore open time and space, summoning the ignorant Sun Lang to this place, changing his personal fate, the fate of the world, and the fate of the Sky Demon. The Hutu sacred sword did indeed contain the law of time and space, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. However, the law of time and space was the most difficult truth to comprehend in this universe. Even the Sky Demon could only make some superficial use of it, because this world was so vast, and the tributaries of the river of time were endless. At every moment, the world had countless possibilities. Perhaps Sun Lang's transmigration to this world was just one of the countless possibilities. Perhaps in other spaces, there were other stories happening. But for the Sky Demon, for this world, this matter was meaningless. Because the Hutu sacred sword had been destroyed. In the Imperial City, the power of the sacred sword was released for the last time. In the dark chaos, a consciousness slowly awakened. She had a splitting headache and was muddle-headed. It was as if she had a very, very long dream. Countless memory fragments appeared in her mind, the content very absurd, very fragmented, and very shocking. There seemed to be a voice calling out to her. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" She forced her eyes open and raised her head. She did not know where she was. Her mind was in chaos, and countless images came one after another. In this intense pain and confusion, one name was the clearest. Sun Lang. She said that name. Sun Lang. The person who called out to her was confused. Who is that? Is there such a person in the 6 armies? She looked at the person in front of her. Her chaotic mind cleared a little, and memories surfaced. "Lord Wei, Your Highness, why are you so distant?" The person in front of her was Wei Zheng. He chuckled. "Your Highness, are you still worried? There's no need. Commander War is a genius, and he has the support of Old Bai and the Sword Saints. He will definitely—" She did not hear the rest of the words. She looked around and realized that this was a military tent. Memories flooded her mind. She had already recognized where she was. An indescribable sense of absurdity and shock surrounded her. A terrible conjecture arose in her mind. She grabbed Wei Zheng's collar and shouted, "What day is it today?" Wei Zheng was shocked. November 27th. Empress weakly let go of her hand and took 2 steps back. In a flash, countless memories flooded her mind. Her hands trembled slightly, and her face was filled with mixed feelings. This was because this day was engraved in her mind. The battle of the Great Desolate Mountain was about to begin. Pass on my military order that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.